Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Selene. The smell of butter and sugar hangs heavy in the air, thick and sweet, clinging to the walls like a blessing. I push a loose curl out of my face and lean into the rhythm of the morning, my hands folding croissant dough in sharp, practiced movements. Roll, fold, turn. The flour rises in lazy clouds around me, catching the first weak shafts of Parisian sunlight slipping through the cracked window panes. Outside, the street is still asleep. Only the occasional rumble of a delivery truck or the sharp chirp of a bird breaks the silence. Inside Petit Soleil, it's just me, the dough, and an old jazz record crackling from the battered speaker in the corner. Louis Armstrong, if I had to guess. That familiar gravelly croon melting into the soft whistle of the coffee pot on the back counter. I move through the tiny bakery on autopilot, checking proofs, setting timers, sliding warm pastries onto cooling racks. The floor squeaks under my sneakers, a loose board I keep meaning to fix, and the rich, dark steam of the first espresso of the day curls up in the cool air like a lazy dancer. In these hours before the city wakes, Paris feels like mine. Not the shiny postcard version tourists come to gawk at, but the real one. Imperfect, crumbling, achingly beautiful. It hums in my blood, wraps around my heart. This is the dream. My dream. Alive. Breathing. Rising like yeast under my fingertips. The knock startles me so badly I nearly drop the tray of pain au chocolat. 3 sharp raps. Official. Impatient. I frown, dusting flour off my apron, and hurry toward the front. The bakery smells like heaven, golden and warm, but a chill sneaks under the door, pricking at the skin on my neck. When I swing it open, the man standing there looks like he's never smiled in his life. Dark gray suit, slicked back hair, a plastic badge flashed so fast I barely catch the words. Office Français de l'Immigration et de l'Intégration. Random inspection, he says, his French clipped and cold. I force a polite smile, stepping aside. My heart is already tap dancing against my ribs. Random inspections happen sometimes, sure, but not often. And never without a warning letter. He steps inside, boots clicking on the scuffed tile, and starts asking questions. Name, date of arrival, visa status. His eyes are cool, calculating, skimming over the bakery like he's assessing damages. When he asks for my papers, my hands fumble with the envelope I keep tucked under the register. Birth certificate, visa, renewal forms, the usual stack. He flips through them with the slow, cruel precision of someone looking for a reason to say no. His brow furrows slightly, and he taps one page with a blunt finger. This document, he says, switching to English so sharp it cuts, is missing confirmation. I blink at the form. It looks fine to me, but he's already shaking his head, lips tightening. There will be deportation proceedings if you cannot correct this. His voice is almost bored, like he's ordering coffee, not ripping the ground out from under me. The word deportation clangs in my ears so loud, I almost miss the rest. A looming expiration date, a ticking clock, a cold, invisible hand clamping down on my chest. I manage to nod, polite, robotic, as he hands me a card and tells me to call for a review meeting. Then he leaves, taking the clean, sweet air with him. The door clicks shut. I stand frozen, clutching the wrinkled envelope like a life raft, the buttery perfume of croissants filling a space that suddenly feels too big and too small all at once. My fingers tremble so hard I can barely shove the immigration papers back into the battered envelope. The edges crumple under my touch, the plastic sleeve slipping free and fluttering to the floor like a white flag of surrender. I sink to my knees to grab it, but the motion unbalances me, and my hip knocks into the cooling rack behind me. In slow, horrifying motion, 3 perfectly golden trays of croissants tip sideways. I reach for them, uselessly clawing at the air, but gravity wins. They crash to the floor with a sickening thud, flaky, buttery masterpieces splattering across the tile like casualties of a war I don't even understand. The first tear breaks loose before I can stop it. Hot and humiliated, it cuts a clean path through the flour dusted across my cheek. I swipe at it with my hand, smearing my face into something pathetic and wild. This bakery is my life, my dream, my heartbeat. And now, with one missing piece of paper, it all feels like a house of cards built too close to an open window. My chest tightens until breathing feels like trying to suck air through a straw. I can't stay here. I can't be trapped inside these 4 walls, smelling butter and loss and failure all tangled up together. I kick the door open with my foot, the old brass bell clanging wildly against the frame, and stumble into the street with nothing but my apron, my sneakers, and my panic chasing me down the cobblestones. The air outside slaps me awake, sharp and brisk and smelling faintly of wet stone and fresh bread. I gasp, drawing it in greedily, but it does nothing to stop the spinning in my head or the pounding in my ears. I don't have a plan. I don't even have a destination. I just run. The streets of Montmartre blur around me, pastel shop fronts, wrought iron balconies dripping with winter vines, a man in a beret strumming a guitar I can't hear over the roar in my mind. When the pigeon comes at me, I lose it. It bursts up from the curb with an explosion of feathers, an angry cooing, and I shriek, an embarrassingly high-pitched noise that bounces off the bakery windows and startles a group of tourists nearby. I veer hard to the right, trying to dodge the flapping demon bird, and slam hip first into a postcard stand outside a souvenir shop. A cascade of glossy photos of the Eiffel Tower and Notre Dame rains down around me, sticking to my apron, fluttering into the gutter. The street vendor shouts something sharp and angry in rapid-fire French. I gasp out a frantic apology, fumbling with the postcards, but he's already waving me off with a scowl, muttering curses I don't need to translate. Humiliation, cold and oily, slides under my skin. I yank my apron strings loose and shove them into my pocket as I stumble away, head down. Ignoring the stares, the snickers, the judgment burning into me. Paris, the city I loved, the city that once felt like magic, now feels like it's spitting me out like a stale baguette someone left too long on the counter. I don't stop running until I'm standing in front of Camille's building, chest heaving, shoes scuffed, hands trembling, and the undeniable, sickening truth sitting heavy in my gut. I'm losing everything, with no idea how to stop it. I hammer my fist against Camille's door, more from sheer desperation than any real hope she's home. My forehead presses against the peeling wood, breath ragged, eyes burning. For a second, all I hear is the distant hum of Paris traffic, the faint clink of dishes from a cafe down the street. Then the door swings open so hard, I almost fall inside. Camille Rousseau, barefoot, wearing a Rolling Stones t-shirt and a pair of pajama shorts that say, "Crepe happens," stares at me, a half-empty wine bottle dangling from her fingers. Her eyebrows shoot up. "Mon Dieu," she breathes, stepping aside. "You look like you lost a fight with a croissant truck." I stumble in, trailing flour and postcards, and collapse onto the nearest piece of furniture, a lumpy green couch that has seen better decades. The smell of wine, incense, and ancient carpet wraps around me like a slightly judgmental hug. Without a word, Camille thrusts the wine bottle into my hand. I take a long, burning gulp. It's terrible. I don't care. Talk, she demands, plopping down next to me, tucking her legs under her like a nesting bird. Start from the beginning, and do not skip details. I live for the drama. The words spill out in a tangled, tear-soaked mess. The knock at the bakery, the missing document, the word deportation ringing in my ears like a death knell. Camille listens with wide, horrified eyes, making little gasping noises and muttering colorful curses under her breath. By the time I finish, I'm hiccuping and clutching the wine bottle like a life preserver. Camille snatches it back and takes a defiant swig. Okay, she says, voice firm. We are not panicking. Panicking is for Americans and pigeons. We are French-adjacent women of action. Somehow, against all odds, I snort out a watery laugh. Camille grabs a pad of sticky notes from the coffee table and starts scribbling furiously. Fake marriage? Bribe an official? Join a mime troupe and disappear underground? I choke on my next sip of wine, coughing so hard I nearly topple off the couch. I'm serious, she insists, tapping the list with her pen. Desperate times call for creative solutions. Her ridiculousness should make me feel better. It should lift the crushing weight pressing down on my chest. Instead, it cracks me open. Tears slide down my cheeks again, silent this time, carving tracks through the flour dust still clinging to my skin. I can't lose this, I whisper. The words are so small, so broken, they barely make it past my lips. I can't start over, not again. Camille's face softens. She slides closer, wrapping her arms around me in a tight, unflinching hug. You won't, she says fiercely, her voice muffled against my shoulder. Your Selene freaking car. The sun itself gets jealous of you. Paris just hasn't figured that out yet. I cling to her like a lifeline, letting the grief and terror wash over me in shuddering waves. Somewhere in the mess of emotions, I hear her mutter, half joking, half serious. All we need is a gorgeous Frenchman who needs a tax break and a fake wife. Easy. I laugh, a wet, broken sound, as if life hands out miracles like baguettes at a corner cafe. Still, a tiny ember lights in my chest. Ridiculous, impossible, desperate. But there. And desperation has a funny way of making even the most insane ideas feel possible. Later, after Camille has fallen asleep, half upright against a pile of throw pillows, I sit alone by the narrow window, cradling a chipped coffee mug full of something pretending to be tea. Paris hums beyond the glass, golden streetlights casting long shadows over the cobblestones, snippets of accordion music drifting up from somewhere unseen. The Eiffel Tower glitters in the distance, a shimmering mirage rising above the low rooftops. I press my forehead to the cool glass, watching it blur and shimmer, my breath fogging a small patch against the night. Paris looks so close, so beautiful, so heartbreakingly out of reach. The weight of everything presses down on me until my bones ache. The bakery, the visa, the life I built out of stubbornness and sugar and sleepless nights. All of it balanced on a knife's edge because of one missing piece of paper. I wrap my arms around my knees and squeeze tight, as if I can hold the pieces of myself together through sheer willpower. I'm not giving up, I whisper into the night. The words barely make a sound, but they feel like a promise stitched into my skin. Still, doubt gnaws at the edges of my conviction, hollow and sharp. A pigeon lands with a soft thud on the railing outside the window, its beady eyes catching the streetlight. I flinch back instinctively, muttering a curse under my breath, and the ridiculousness of it, of everything, makes a laugh bubble up, bitter and shaky. Paris, it seems, is determined to test me at every turn. Even the pigeons are getting in on the act. I lean my forehead back against the glass and close my eyes. Tomorrow, I tell myself. Tomorrow I'll figure it out, somehow. Because if there's one thing I know for certain, I didn't come all this way to give up without a fight.
Chapter 2. Lucien. Paris hums around me, low and constant, like a restless animal. Car horns bleat somewhere beyond the rain-speckled windshield. A street musician wrestles jazz from a battered trumpet on the corner. Pedestrians hustle past, umbrellas bobbing, scarves snapping in the damp wind. I don't see any of it. All I see is the email burning through my phone screen. Noise complaint, tenant disturbance, request for immediate review. I grit my teeth hard enough that my jaw clicks audibly. Another problem. Another disruption. Another bleeding heart tenant convinced the rules don't apply to them because they can make a passable croissant or throw a splash of paint on a canvas. My finger hovers over Etienne's latest text, flashing like a taunt. Your bakery princess causing trouble again? I swipe it away with unnecessary force and shove the phone into my pocket. Enough. I slide out of the back seat of the car, the door thunking shut behind me, and tug the collar of my coat higher against the mist. The street smells like rain and coffee and burnt sugar, cloying and heavy, too sweet, pressing against my throat. Petit Soleil squats halfway down the block, a cheerful little eyesore with cracked yellow paint and a hand-lettered sign that stubbornly refuses to match the gentrification swallowing the neighborhood. I stalk toward it, hands jammed into my coat pockets, counting the seconds until I can wipe my hands clean of Seline Carr and her flour-dusted chaos. The bell above the bakery door jangles as I push inside, an obnoxious, tinny noise that scrapes down my spine. And then I stop. Flour hangs suspended in the air, thick and ghostly, catching the weak afternoon light like smoke after a battlefield skirmish. The counters are a disaster. Overturned trays, puddles of raw dough oozing toward the edge, a sack of sugar slumped half spilled against the wall. It smells wrong in here. Scorched butter, burnt sugar, and something sour lurking underneath. Not the mouth-watering warmth of a bakery in full bloom, but the aftermath of something broken. And there, in the middle of the wreckage, sits Seline Carr. She's folded up on the tile floor, legs tucked awkwardly beneath her, her arms wrapped tight around a battered envelope spilling papers like a wounded animal. Her face is pale under the dusting of flour, dark curls frizzed and tumbling loose around wide, dark eyes. Eyes that snap up at the sound of the door. For a heartbeat, we just stare at each other. I came here ready for war, prepared to bulldoze whatever sob story she threw at me. But this isn't defiance. It's defeat. The smell of burnt croissant saturates the space around us, thick enough to taste. Blackened pastries lie scattered around her, crumbling into sad piles at her feet like fallen soldiers. Not exactly the villainous slumlord scene I imagined. Not even close. I clear my throat, more out of habit than necessity. The sound echoes too loudly in the wrecked bakery, sharp and brittle as glass underfoot. Miss Carr, I begin, aiming for the sharp edge I perfected long ago, the one that slices negotiations to ribbons before they can start. You've received multiple complaints. Oh, she flinches just slightly. A reflex, quick and raw, and the rest of the words catch somewhere behind my teeth. The legal warning shrivels on my tongue. Her lip wobbles. Not a theatrical sob, not even a full betrayal of emotion. Just a small human fissure in the armor she's clearly been wearing all morning. It's the kind of crack you only notice if you're looking too closely. And God help me, I am. The envelope she's clutching shudders with the force of her breathing. Through the grimy plastic sleeve, I catch the official blue stamp of the French Immigration Office. Legal notices, expulsion threats, not a tenant dispute, not petty negligence. This is survival. The anger drains out of me, leaving something heavier in its place, something colder, knotted deep in the gut. I drag a hand down my face, smearing the tension there like oil. This isn't what I came for. I don't have the patience for it. And yet, somehow, walking away feels impossible. Instead of delivering the eviction notice I mentally rehearsed, I step further into the bakery, letting the door fall closed behind me with a dull, defeated thud. Selene watches me like an animal cornered in a storm, wary, braced for the next blow. The air between us buzzes, thick with burnt sugar and something raw I don't want to name. Carefully, deliberately, I lower myself into a crouch a few feet away from her, close enough that the scents of flour and scorched pastry wrap around me. Close enough that I can see the fine trembling in her hands where they clench the papers. A tray of ruined croissants teeters on the edge of the nearest counter, one misshapen pastry flopping onto the floor at my feet. Without thinking, without weighing the absurdity of the gesture, I reach down and pick it up. The pastry is still warm, sticky where the butter has bled out and burned, charred black around the edges. It flakes apart in my fingers as I bring it to my mouth and take a bite. It's awful. Dry and bitter and stubborn, exactly the way defiance would taste if you could bake it. I chew and swallow anyway, feeling something unfamiliar and deeply inconvenient stirring low in my chest. Selene blinks at me, stunned, silent, like she can't quite decide if I'm mocking her or losing my mind. Maybe both. But the simple truth hums under my skin, undeniable and ugly. I don't want to be the man who kicks her when she's already down. I wipe my hand absently against the leg of my trousers, brushing away stray pastry flakes that cling like guilt. Selene doesn't move. She sits there, shell-shocked and pale, watching me like she expects me to pull out a set of eviction papers and read her final rights. I should, God knows it would be cleaner, simpler, efficient. Instead, the words tumble out of my mouth, dry and reluctant and unpolished. You're not French. Brilliant deduction, Marchand. Next you'll announce the sky is blue. Selene lets out a laugh, sharp, brittle, half-hysterical, and scrubs the sleeve of her hoodie across her damp cheeks. Sharp observation, Inspector Clouseau. There's something about the way she says it, the stubborn flicker of fight even through her tears, that punches straight through the walls I keep carefully stacked around myself. I shift my weight, feeling absurdly large and out of place, crouched in the middle of her flour-dusted battlefield. You need to be French, I mutter, more to myself than to her. I trail off, the edges of the thought sharp and uncomfortable in my mouth. I need to expand my restaurant group without bleeding to death in taxes. I need to close the Fournier deal before the end of the fiscal quarter. I need to stop getting dragged into tenants' lives like some sort of reluctant bleeding heart. I need to fix this, cleanly, swiftly, without emotion. And there it is, the insane, reckless, almost admirable solution, slamming into place with the ugly elegance of a desperate checkmate. I drag my gaze back to Selene, still huddled on the floor, still clinging to her papers and her pride like they're the only shields she has left. Before I can rethink it, before the thousand screaming alarms in my head can stage a coup, I hear myself say, voice steady, almost bored, as if I'm proposing a standard business merger over coffee. Let's fix this right now. Marry me. The words hang between us, absurd and heavy, vibrating against the crumbling sugar-dusted air. Selene blinks. Once. Twice. Like maybe she didn't hear me right. I don't flinch. I don't elaborate. I just watch her, feeling something dangerous uncoil slowly inside my chest. Because despite how completely and utterly insane it is, despite every rule I've ever built my life around, a dark, reckless voice at the back of my mind whispers that this might be the smartest thing I've ever done. A partnership, a transaction, a problem solved, nothing more, nothing I can't control, right? Selene just stares at me, no gasp, no shriek of indignation, no flinging of burnt croissants at my head. Just wide, stunned eyes locked onto mine, as if trying to decide whether I'm serious, or if some cruel trick of exhaustion has conjured the words from thin air. The silence stretches between us, thick and brittle, snapping at the edges of my self-control. I hold her gaze, forcing my face into neutrality. Professional, impassive. But every second that ticks by presses a little heavier against my chest. In the corner of the bakery, the battered old espresso machine lets out a hissing sigh, the smell of scorched coffee curling into the ruined air. Somewhere outside, a street vendor shouts something in thick accented French, the real world marching forward while we sit locked in this absurd little standoff. I clear my throat once, low and sharp, a sound that grates against the walls. "I'm serious," I say, quieter this time, each word clipped and deliberate. It's a business arrangement, clean, mutual benefit. Selene's mouth opens slightly, but no words come out. She closes it again, her fingers tightening around the battered immigration papers until the edges crumple in her grip. A flash of doubt flickers through me, quick, ugly, unwelcome. "What the hell are you doing, Martian?" I push it down, smother it under years of discipline, contracts, negotiations, won and lost. This is logical, practical, a solution. And yet, the way she looks at me, like I just offered her a life raft wrapped in barbed wire, makes something low and unsettling curl in my gut. I stand slowly, brushing stray flour from my knees, and offer her my hand. "Say yes," I say, voice low, rough, and we both get what we want. The words hang there, heavy as a thundercloud, as Selene's hand hesitates, suspended halfway between survival and surrender. The bakery buzzes around us, burnt sugar, rain-slicked streets, the metallic taste of risk rising on the back of my tongue. And in the charged, breathless space between us, everything shifts.
Chapter 3. Seline. For a long, stunned moment, I just stare at him. The bakery hums faintly around us. The hiss of the espresso machine, the drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet, the faint scent of burnt sugar curling through the air. But it all feels muffled, like someone stuffed cotton in my ears. Marry him? Marry Lucien Marchand? The grumpiest, most terrifying man I've ever met outside of bad customer service nightmares? Something inside me snaps. The laugh bursts out unexpectedly, sharp and loud and dangerously close to hysteria. It ricochets off the flour-dusted walls and bounces around the wrecked bakery like a pinball. I double over, clutching the counter for support because my legs suddenly feel like overcooked spaghetti. My whole body shakes with it, a wild, ridiculous sound that even I don't recognize. "You're kidding," I manage to gasp out between wheezing, broken fits of laughter. I wipe my hand across my mouth, smearing more flour across my face. "You have to be kidding." Another bubble of laughter escapes, part hysteria, part disbelief, and I grip the counter tighter as the world tilts around me. Because honestly, this might be it. This might be the moment where I officially lose my damn mind. Slowly, like pulling teeth without anesthesia, I force myself to glance up at him. Lucien stands there, completely, unnervingly still. Arms crossed over his broad chest, shoulders squared, expression carved out of ice and stone. No smirk, no twitch of amusement, no spark of irony in those sharp blue-gray eyes. Just brutal, unshakable seriousness, like he's offering a business merger or dictating a will, not proposing, dear God, proposing marriage. The laughter dies in my throat, shriveling into something raw and awful. My heart trips, skidding and stumbling wildly inside my chest. I clutch the counter harder, grounding myself against the sudden sharp tilt of the world. Holy hell. He's serious. Not a joke. Not a momentary lapse in judgment. Not even a particularly cruel prank. Lucien Marchand, Paris's grumpiest, coldest, most unattainably handsome landlord, just offered me marriage. As a solution. As an arrangement. And somehow, terrifyingly, it's not the worst idea anyone's ever had. The realization claws through me, sharp and hot, leaving me blinking stupidly at him, like I've forgotten how words work. Because this isn't just ridiculous anymore. It's real, Dot, and it might be my only way to stay in the city I fought like hell to call home. Inside my head, a switch flips, a chaotic mental whiteboard filling with panic scribbles faster than I can read them. Pro, no deportation. Pro, keep Petit Soleil, keep my tiny apartment. Keep breathing Parisian air that smells like butter and heartbreak. Con, marry a man who looks at me like I'm personally responsible for global warming. Con, potential jail time if immigration decides to play hardball. Con, might actually die of secondhand judgment every time Lucien Marchand raises one perfectly disdainful eyebrow. I drag a flour-dusted hand through my curls, wincing when it gets stuck in a sticky patch of butter near my temple. Perfect. Add public meltdown to the growing list of my sins. There are no good options here. None. Only bad ones. Some marginally less terrible than others. Marrying Lucien Marchand would be like volunteering to live inside a pressure cooker. Full blast, no release valve. But leaving Paris? Leaving this crooked little bakery, the friends I've made, the life I've scraped together out of hope and powdered sugar? That thought feels worse. It feels like ripping out the root of something that only just started to bloom. My hip buzzes, startling me so hard I nearly jump out of my skin. I yank my phone free with butter-slick fingers and glance at the screen. Of course, Camille. A flurry of text blinks up at me like emergency flares. How's eviction? Should I be making a rescue playlist? On a scale of 1 to broke and deported, how bad are we? A breathless, half-hysterical sound rattles out of me, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. Because honestly, I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, halfway to being broke, halfway to married, and about 10 steps past any definition of sane. Perfect. Just another average Tuesday in the city of light. I press both hands flat against the counter, grounding myself against the rising tide of panic. The cool, sticky surface bites into my palms, anchoring me here, in this messy, burnt, sugar-scented disaster I still call a dream. For one breathless moment, I let myself imagine it. The alternative. Packing up what's left of my life into 2 battered suitcases, shuttering the bakery windows with nothing but a handwritten note and a broken heart, walking away from Rue des Martyrs, from the sunrise that gilds the rooftops in molten gold, from Henri's cranky smile and Camille's bad influence, and the sassy pigeons who have somehow become a part of my daily existence. The thought hits harder than I expect, a sharp, physical ache that lodges behind my ribs, a cold punch of grief, unexpected and uninvited. I swallow hard against it, blinking fast, willing the tears back down. I can't leave. I can't lose this. Not like this. I fought too hard. I bled too much hope into these walls. Paris may not have rolled out a red carpet when I arrived, but it gave me something better. A home I built with my own 2 hands. And I'm not giving it up, not without one hell of a fight. Carefully, like every muscle has forgotten how to move, I push away from the counter. My knees protest, my legs quiver, but somehow I stay upright. Lucien doesn't move, doesn't blink, just stands there, arms crossed. That glacier-cool gaze locked onto me like he's waiting for a verdict. My heart jackhammers against my ribs, loud enough I'm half convinced he can hear it. My stomach somersaults, a queasy lurch of adrenaline and fear, and something reckless I can't quite name. I wipe my palms on the ruined apron, still tied around my waist. Butter, flour, desperation, and somehow find my voice. It comes out thin and cracking at the edges, like a radio signal barely strong enough to break through the static. Fine, I swallow once, hard. I'll marry you. What the hell did I just do? The words hang there, trembling, filling up all the broken spaces in the room. For one long, aching heartbeat, nothing happens. Even the pigeons outside seem to hold their breath. Then reality slams into me with the grace of a dropped baguette. I squeeze my eyes shut and mutter half to myself, half to the doomed universe that led me here. I think I'm gonna throw up. Lucien simply nods. Not a smile. Not a blink. Just a small, imperceptible dip of his chin. Like I agreed to split the check at dinner, not legally bind myself to his frozen, infuriating existence for the foreseeable future. He steps forward, closing the distance between us in 2 calm, inevitable strides, and offers his hand. Silent, solemn, a formal gesture carved out of marble and madness. For a long, heart-thudding moment, I just stare at it. His fingers are steady, unflinching, as if he's offering a standard business contract instead of rewriting the entire trajectory of my life. My own hand trembles at my side, damp and clumsy and unsure. Somewhere deep inside, the last rational part of my brain shrieks at me to run. To grab whatever scraps of pride I have left, sprint out the door and never look back. But louder than that, heavier, rawer, is the brutal knowledge that this is the only way forward. The only way to keep Petit Soleil alive. The only way to stay in the city that stitched itself into my soul. Slowly, breathlessly, I lift my hand. Our palms meet with a soft, almost anticlimactic press. No fireworks, no swelling music. Just the simple, terrifying seal of a desperate deal. His grip is firm, mine is shaky. The bakery hums faintly around us, the flour drifting down like ash after some quiet, devastating battle. In the distance, a pigeon lets out a low, ominous coo. Demon birds. I squeeze my eyes shut for half a second, breathing through the sheer insanity of what I've just done. Because this isn't just a handshake. It's a surrender, a pact, a dare to the universe I'm not sure I'm brave enough to win.
Chapter 4. Lucien. The office above Petit Soleil smells like old wood, dust, and the ghost of 1,000 bad financial decisions. I lead Seline up the narrow staircase, ducking slightly where the ceiling dips low. A charming architectural flaw I should have fixed years ago, but never found the time for. She trails behind me, her sneakers scuffing the worn steps, the faint smell of burnt sugar clinging to her like a second skin. The room is small, almost claustrophobic, with a battered oak desk pushed against one window and sagging bookshelves lining the far wall. The air hangs heavy with the weight of paper and age. I set 2 cups of espresso down on the desk, bitter, overbrewed, barely drinkable but functional. Then I flip open a battered legal pad, uncap a pen, and sit. Across from me, Seline drops into the cracked leather chair like she's settling into a foxhole before battle. For a moment, we just stare at each other across the ancient desk, 2 generals poised over a map neither of us quite knows how to read. This should be simple. Clinical. A quick agreement hammered out over bad coffee and worse assumptions. Instead, the air between us thrums, tight and electric, as if the building itself is holding its breath. Seline leans back in her chair, arms folded tight across her chest, one eyebrow arched in a way that would make a lesser man sweat. "You want a fake marriage?" she says briskly. "We do it on my terms." She ticks off the conditions on her fingers rapid fire without so much as a breath between them. Separate bedrooms, full bakery independence. You stay out of Petit Soleil entirely. No funny business unless absolutely necessary for public optics. No speaking for me during immigration meetings. I answer for myself. And if I decide to adopt a cat, you're not allowed to object. I stare at her, pen frozen above the legal pad. Was she serious? She looks serious. Very serious. This woman is negotiating like she's brokering a peace treaty between hostile nations. And somehow, against all odds, managing to make me look like the unreasonable party in the deal. A slow, reluctant thread of amusement curls low in my gut, unwelcome but impossible to ignore. Sunlight slants through the grimy window behind her, catching in the flyaway curls escaping her haphazard bun, outlining her in soft gold. Determined, fierce, absolutely maddening. This might actually be fun. I tighten my grip on the pen and force my face into its usual mask of impassive neutrality. Because the last thing I need, the very last thing, is to let her know that the more she digs in, the more absurdly, painfully, impossibly intriguing she becomes. I know I should be offended. I'm offering her a way to stay in Paris, offering her security, protection, the chance to keep her precious little bakery breathing. And she's sitting across from me like she's the one doing me a favor. Every line of her body screams defiance. Every demand she fires off. Separate beds, total bakery control, no funny business. Another small, sharpened blade aimed at carving out her own space. It should annoy me. It should spark the kind of cold irritation I've perfected in boardrooms and contract negotiations. Instead, something warm and bone-deep stirs behind my ribs. A slow, reluctant amusement that curdles into something more dangerous, which is extremely, profoundly inconvenient. I flex my fingers once against the pen, pressing hard enough that the cheap plastic casing creaks, forcing the impulse back down where it belongs. This isn't personal. It's business. A transaction, nothing more. But even as I scrawl bullet points into the legal pad, my mouth threatens to betray me with the beginning of something dangerously close to a grin. We hammer out the finer details, volleying terms back and forth like wary diplomats. Shared expenses, bakery rent, utilities, groceries, separate social calendars unless appearances demand otherwise. Mandatory couple photos to appease immigration, but no gratuitous displays unless absolutely necessary. Seline leans in to read a clause, her shoulder brushing the edge of the desk, curls bobbing as she frowns in concentration. Her fingers drum against the wood, a restless, unconscious rhythm that doesn't match the bold certainty of her words. I notice it before I can stop myself. A tiny betrayal of nerves. The way her bravado wobbles when she thinks I'm not paying attention. Steel wrapped in chaos. Defiance laced with fear. Something sharp punches straight into my chest, sudden and uninvited. I should be grateful she's nervous. It means she's taking this seriously, that she understands the stakes. Instead, all I feel is a slow, horrifying realization anchoring deep inside me. I don't want to crush that fire. I don't want to break her into compliance the way I do with stubborn clients or arrogant business partners. I want to guard it, protect it, shield it from the worst of the world, even if that world includes me. I shift in my chair, clearing my throat sharply, trying to dislodge the treacherous thought before it grows roots, because whatever's unfolding between us, this precarious, absurd thing, isn't supposed to matter. It's supposed to be a contract. Strictly business. Watching her tap out that frantic, brave little rhythm against the desk, I know with a clarity that makes my gut twist. I'm already in deeper than I ever intended. I draft the contract by hand, short as sharp bullet points scratched onto the legal pad, each clause tighter and more clinical than the last. There's no poetry here, no sentiment, just logistics. 2 signatures, 1 handshake, a solution to both our problems. Seline leans across the desk, close enough that the faint scent of butter and chocolate curls into the stale air between us. I slide the pad toward her and hand over the pen, forcing my expression into something cold and detached. Strictly business. A partnership of necessity. Nothing more. She hesitates for a second before setting the nib to the page. Her handwriting is messy, sprawling, stubbornly vibrant against the sterile lines of the agreement. I reach for the pen as she pushes it back toward me, and our hands brush. A fleeting, accidental touch. It's nothing. A fraction of a second. A scrape of skin against skin. But it hits me like a live wire snapping through the air. Heat blooms in my chest, quick and treacherous. Static hums along my spine, sharp enough to leave me momentarily unmoored. I clamp down on the reaction immediately. Smother it under a heavy wall of logic and practicality. It's just a signature. Just a formality. It doesn't mean anything. So why the hell does it feel like the ground just shifted beneath my feet? Seline sets the pen down with a satisfied little sigh, like a soldier finally laying down arms after a long, hard battle. She stretches her arms overhead, spine arching lazily, before flashing me a grin that almost knocks the breath out of my lungs. It's crooked and chaotic and utterly brilliant, all dimpled cheeks and sparkling eyes and unapologetic victory. The kind of smile that doesn't ask for permission or forgiveness, the kind that lights up her entire face without a second thought. Sunlight streams through the grimy office window, catching the wild curls that frame her face, gilding her in gold. For one horrifying, bone-melting moment, I forget how to breathe, because there is nothing, absolutely nothing, strictly business, about the way my traitorous heart kicks hard against my ribs when she smiles at me like that. It's reckless, it's dangerous, it's utterly, catastrophically stupid. And it's already far, far too late. I slide the signed agreement into a battered manila folder and snap the clasp shut with more force than necessary. The click echoes too loudly in the small office, a sharp final punctuation mark on something that should feel clinical. Clean. Seline kicks her legs out lazily under the desk, her sneakers scuffing the worn floor, and flashes me another one of those reckless, radiant grins, as if she's won something important. As if we both haven't just made a deal with the devil. I clear my throat, ignoring the way the sound grates on the back of my tongue. Professional, detached, unshakable. That's who I am. That's who I need to be. I remind myself that this is a transaction, a contract, a means to an end. Nothing more. I push back from the desk, rising smoothly to my feet, the leather of the chair creaking in protest. Welcome to the partnership, I say, voice flat, businesslike. The same voice I use to close mergers, to fire executives, to dismantle companies without blinking. Seline shoots me a mock salute, her fingers still dusted with invisible traces of flour and chaos. I turn away before she can smile at me again, before that reckless light can batter another crack into walls I've spent years fortifying. I file the agreement neatly into the desk drawer, as if putting it out of sight will somehow put the problem out of mind. Seal it. Contain it. Control it. Wasn't this my idea? Why don't I feel better about this right now? Deep in my gut, a cold, relentless certainty settles, heavy and unmovable. I haven't just locked down a business arrangement. I've locked myself inside a cage of my own making, and the key already gone.
Chapter 5. Seline. The back room of Marchand et Fils smells like roasted garlic, warm bread, and a hint of polished wood, the kind of scent that should be comforting, cozy. Instead, it feels like a trap. Lucien leads the way in, silent and grim-faced, while I trail behind him like a petulant child being dragged into detention. The space is small but beautifully furnished. Soft golden lighting, deep burgundy walls, a scattering of intimate tables, usually reserved for VIPs too important or too nosy for the main dining room. Waiting at the center of the chaos is Etienne Laurent, devastatingly charming as advertised, and looking way too entertained for someone allegedly here to help. He's leaning casually against a chair, all tousled hair, tailored navy sweater, and a smirk that could cause international incidents. The kind of man who's never been told no and wouldn't believe it if he was. Ah, mes amoureux, Etienne crows, spreading his arms like a cheesy movie villain. Welcome to Operation Convincing True Love. Lucien lets out a noise low in his throat that sounds suspiciously like a growl. I cross my arms over my chest, shifting my weight onto one foot, trying to radiate maximum skepticism without actually throwing a breadstick at him. What exactly does Operation Convincing True Love entail? I ask, because I'm starting to think I should have demanded hazard pay for this. Etienne claps his hands together, practically vibrating with glee. hand-holding drills, compliment practice, sustained eye contact. He winks. And perhaps, if you survive, a bonus round. I glance sideways at Lucien. He looks like he's mentally setting this building on fire and salting the earth behind him. Good. At least we're suffering together. First exercise, Etienne declares, dragging a chair closer with an obnoxiously cheerful screech. Hand-holding. Convincing hand-holding. I roll my eyes so hard it's a miracle I don't sprain something. Still, I reach out purely for the sake of the mission, I tell myself, and slide my hand into Lucien's. Or try to. Because the second our palms meet, everything in me goes sideways. His hand is big and warm and infuriatingly steady. The kind of steady that feels like an anchor, dangerous and solid, and very much not fake. Meanwhile, my own hand is a sweaty, traitorous mess, slipping awkwardly against his. Lucien's jaw ticks once, a sharp little flex that tells me he's hating this almost as much as I am. But he doesn't pull away. He just threads his fingers through mine with slow, excruciating precision, locking our hands together like it's a damn business merger. It is a business merger, remember? My heart pounds, loud and messy and completely disproportionate to the situation. And I hate how hyper-aware I become of every single point of contact between us. His thumb brushing the side of my palm, the solid weight of his hand wrapped around mine, the slow, impossible heat bleeding up my arm like a treacherous tide. Non, non, Etienne scolds, clapping once. You look like you're signing a hostage treaty. Closer, softer, more natural. Lucien shifts slightly, his thumb flexing unconsciously against mine, a tiny, almost imperceptible squeeze. And just like that, my stomach flips. A traitorous, dizzy little somersault that has no business happening at all. This is fine. This is fine. I'm definitely not about to faint or spontaneously combust in the midst of a fake marriage rehearsal. Everything's fine. Next exercise, Etienne says, practically bouncing where he stands. Spontaneous compliments. Make it convincing, darlings. Let's see the love. I almost choke on a laugh. Lucien levels me with a look that could curdle milk. Oh, this is going to be good, I mutter, folding my arms and tapping my foot like an impatient coach. Ladies first, right? Lucien says nothing, but the slight clench of his jaw screams, try me. I flutter my eyelashes with obnoxious sweetness, laying it on thick enough to make even Camille proud. Lucien's organizational skills, I say in my most syrupy voice, are second only to his stunning ability to frown at absolutely everything, including sunshine, small children, and the concept of fun. Etienne lets out an unfiltered snort of laughter. Lucien doesn't even blink. Instead, in the driest, most devastating voice I've ever heard, he fires back. Selene's talent for setting things on fire is only rivaled by her impressive collection of pastry disasters. Etienne actually has to clutch the back of a chair to stay upright. He's laughing so hard. And for one horrifying second, I feel it. A dangerous crackle between Lucien and me, sparking bright and hot under the words. Not the kind of anger that leaves bruises. Not the kind of mockery that stings. Something else. Something sharper. Something terrifyingly close to chemistry. I catch the barest twitch at the corner of Lucien's mouth, a betrayal of amusement he kills almost instantly, but it's too late. I saw it, felt it, and worse, I liked it. Excellent, Etienne crows, oblivious to the chaos brewing between us. Now for the pièce de résistance. Sustained, loving eye contact. No jokes, no grimacing, full connection. I square my shoulders, ready to fake this like a champ. How hard can it be to stare into Lucien Marchand's cold, judgmental face for 30 seconds without flinching? Piece of cake. We sit. We face each other. Etienne counts down, and then Lucien looks at me, really looks. No frown, no glare, no practiced disdain, just steady, searching, seeing. And suddenly the world tilts, just slightly, like the floor's dropped a half-inch beneath my feet, and nobody bothered to warn me. Because staring into Lucien's eyes isn't funny. It isn't even awkward. It's intimate. Too intimate. His eyes aren't the icy, guarded storm clouds I braced for. They're sharp and clear, the exact shade of a winter sky right before a snowstorm. Cold, yes, but full of something electric and alive beneath the surface. I can't breathe, I can't blink, because he's not looking at me as if I'm an obligation. He's looking at me like he's trying to memorize something fragile and fleeting that he doesn't think he has the right to keep. My breath catches in my throat. My pulse stutters, traitorous and wild. And in that suspended, terrifying moment, I realize the one thing I've been refusing to admit from the second I agreed to this insane plan. Pretending to love someone is weirdly, terrifyingly intimate. Because pretending means noticing everything. Every stupidly beautiful, distracting, infuriating detail about Lucien Marchand. And worse, I am noticing. Every single one. I fumble for a joke. Something easy, something sarcastic to slice through the weight of the moment. But the words catch awkwardly in my throat and fall apart before they ever reach my mouth. Lucien leans back slightly, the leather of the chair creaking beneath him, his posture all effortless detachment, at least on the surface. Because when I risk a glance up, I catch it, the flicker of something burning behind his cool facade, something sharp and molten and entirely inappropriate. My breath catches in my chest, my cheeks flushing hot enough that I want to crawl out of my own skin. I tear my gaze away, blinking hard, forcing myself to focus on something, anything else. The scuffed table, the dusty bottles on the sideboard, the way my heart is beating completely out of rhythm inside my chest. This was meant to be fake. This was safe. A game, a performance. But sitting here, trapped in the heavy silence Lucien left hanging between us, every fiber of my being screams a different truth. It's not safe. Not even a little. It feels like standing too close to an open flame, warm and dangerous, impossibly alluring, knowing full well it could leave scars you'd never completely heal. And the worst part? Some reckless, broken part of me still wants to lean closer. Etienne claps his hands once, shattering the silence like a champagne cork popping. Très bien. You're not half bad already, he says with a wink, clearly believing he's just performed some kind of romantic miracle. I manage a weak smile, but the words barely register. Lucien pushes away from the table, slow and smooth, his chair scraping softly against the floor. Without a glance back, he brushes past me, his shoulder so close to mine it stirs the faintest whisper of my sleeve. Almost touching. Not quite, but enough to leave a trail of static crackling over my skin in his wake. I stand frozen for half a second, my heart rattling against my ribs like a fist against a locked door. And in that breathless, spinning moment, one thought slams through the chaos rattling around inside my brain. This is going to get complicated. Way, way more complicated than I ever planned for.
Chapter 6. Lucien. The morning sunlight is too sharp. It bleeds across the cobblestones in long, unforgiving angles and bounces off the bakery's yellow trim with the aggressive cheerfulness of something mocking me on purpose. I arrived 2 minutes early. Of course I do. She's already there. Of course she is. Selene stands in front of Petit Soleil like she belongs to it, like she grew out of the warm brick and flower boxes and buttery scent bleeding from the walls. She's bouncing lightly on the balls of her feet, her curls piled into a half-messy bun, a battered manila folder clutched to her chest like armor. She's nervous, which is reasonable. This is a task, a requirement. We need updated photos to submit to immigration. Evidence, context, emotional believability. It's paperwork, performance, Nothing more. I tell myself this as I cross the street. I tell myself again as I come to a stop beside her, straightening my cuffs and nodding in greeting. I tell myself a third time, and fail completely, when she looks at me and smiles like it costs her nothing. That smile, bright and spontaneous and full of unguarded warmth, slices right through the wall I've spent the last decade reinforcing. And just like that, we haven't even started, and I already won out. Not because I can't fake it, because I'm not sure I'll be able to tell when the faking stops. Etienne waves from across the street, camera already slung around his neck like a weapon, directing us toward the cafe tables in front of the bakery. He's too smug, too enthusiastic, like he's been waiting his whole life to play puppet master for other people's romantic failure. Seline steps closer to me, adjusting her dress, a soft cotton sundress that flutters at her knees when the breeze stirs. And I notice two things immediately. One, it smells faintly like vanilla, something citrusy, bright and warm and stupidly distracting. Two, it's slipping slightly off her shoulder. She doesn't notice. She's too busy laughing, that full body kind of laugh, all breath and shoulders and eyes, as she fumbles with her ID card and nearly drops it between the table legs. I reach for it reflexively, fingers brushing hers as I hand it back. Her skin is warm. Too warm. She flashes me a look, grateful, casual, like that touch didn't mean anything, like we do this all the time, like we're people who reach for each other naturally. I grit my jaw and adjust the collar of my shirt with unnecessary precision. Focus. This is procedural. This is evidence. And yet my brain is betraying me in real time, cataloging her in sharp, unnecessary detail. The sun freckling her shoulder, the low, natural scent of her skin, the flutter of her dress slipping down another half-inch as she leans toward me for a candid moment. I should look away. I don't. Every cell in my body is suddenly aware of how close she is, how little fabric, how little space separates her from me. And all I can think, like a man starved for something he has no right to crave, is, I shouldn't notice. I shouldn't want. I shouldn't care. But I do. Lucien, Selene! I don't even have to turn to recognize that voice, the worn rasp of Henri Moreau, official cafe squatter and self-appointed king of Rue des Martyrs. I grit my teeth as the old man shuffles across the street, waving with one hand and clutching a baguette like a scepter with the other. His grin is wide, wicked, and far too knowing for a man who supposedly spends most of his mornings arguing with pigeons. Ah, young lover boy, Henri crows, tapping his temple with two crooked fingers like he's sharing some secret knowledge the rest of us are too dense to catch. Seline lets out a laugh, loud and easy and bright, and it cuts through me with surgical precision. I mutter something unrepeatable under my breath and glue my eyes to my phone screen, pretending to scroll, pretending to work, pretending not to hear the thundering pulse in my own ears. Anything but look at her. Because if I look at her again, if I let that sound, that warmth, burrow any deeper, I might not remember where the pretending stops and the wanting begins. Closer! Etienne barks from behind the camera, snapping frame after frame like a battlefield general drunk on power. Smile, like you're madly in love. I move automatically, the way I move through board meetings and acquisition pitches, all muscle memory and hollow ease. One hand slides around Celine's waist, pulling her gently but firmly against my side. The other brushes her bare shoulder, skin sun-warmed and impossibly soft under my palm. She shifts slightly to fit closer, her body molding to mine like it's natural, like it's easy. And the world tilts again, sharp, disorienting. It's mechanical. It's supposed to be mechanical. Practice, performance, a task. Except it doesn't feel mechanical at all. It feels devastatingly real. The shape of her against me. The rise and fall of her breath syncing with mine. The faint hitch in her chest when my thumb grazes the bare skin at the crook of her shoulder. A low, dangerous awareness coils deep in my gut. Heavy and hot, terrifying in its simplicity. I want to hold her, Not because someone's shouting directions at me. Not because immigration paperwork demands proof of intimacy. I want to hold her because some stupid, broken part of me believes she might actually let me. And if I let myself believe that, even for a second, we're both in trouble. I tell myself it's muscle memory. Instincts drilled into me over years of carefully curated appearances. Galas, meetings, champagne toasts, and forced handshakes. Smile when expected. Lean in just enough. Feign connection when necessary. It's supposed to be automatic by now. But nothing about this feels automatic. Nothing about Selene Carr, soft, brilliant, infuriating, fits neatly into the rules I built for survival. She shifts against me as Etienne barks another order, her laugh brushing against my ear, feather-light and devastating. She squeezes my hand, a simple, unthinking gesture meant to sell the shot. And the pressure of her fingers sinks straight through my skin, lodging somewhere deep and unguarded. It should mean nothing. It has to mean nothing. And yet, a dangerous, traitorous thought slips under my defenses, sharp and uninvited. What if it wasn't fake? What if this easy way she fits against me wasn't staged? What if the way her laugh cracks open some hollow part of my chest wasn't an accident? What if it could be real? The thought is reckless, treacherous. It settles low in my gut, heavy and persistent, refusing to be shaken loose. I tighten my grip on her waist automatically, grounding myself, anchoring against the pull of it. But it's too late. The crack is already there, widening with every breath I take around her. We wrap up the photo shoot with Etienne declaring it acceptable under protest before disappearing into the bakery for a victory espresso. Seline chatters beside me, light and sunny, flipping through the battered folder, already planning out our next immigration meeting. Her voice bubbles over, unfiltered and earnest, filling up the space between us with something dangerously close to hope. I trail a step behind her, silent, coiled too tightly, every muscle wired to snap. I stare hard at my phone screen, pretending to scroll through emails that don't exist, pretending I'm focused, pretending I'm still in control. I'm not. Because when I lift my head, she's there, dancing ahead of me in the morning light, spinning a little on her toes to avoid a puddle, the hem of her dress catching the sun, her laughter trailing like a ribbon behind her, free, unthinking, brilliant, and so painfully, blindingly real. One sharp, unshakable thought rattles through my head, pounding in time with the heartbeat hammering behind my ribs. This isn't going to stay fake. Not for long.
Chapter 7. Seline. The veil won't stay on. It slips off for the third time, dragging half my hair with it as it collapses dramatically over Camille's lap. She gasps like I've just flatlined in front of her. "Oh my God," she moans, clutching the bouquet to her chest like a bereaved widow. It's a sign. That I need more bobby pins? I deadpan, shoving my curls back into the crooked knot that was once a respectable updo and is now just artfully tragic. We're crammed into the upstairs apartment of Tasha's cafe, where the windows stick, the mirror is cracked, and the air smells like burnt espresso and citrus cleaner. My heels, a last-minute thrift store miracle, are half a size too small and digging into my pinky toes like they have a personal vendetta. Camille sniffles loudly behind me. I glance in the mirror. She's full on weeping now. "Babe," I say gently, "you're not the one getting fake married." "It's just," she hiccups, wiping her face with the corner of a linen napkin. "You look so beautiful, like a Disney princess who's about to be betrayed." I burst out laughing, the kind that echoes off the exposed ceiling beams and makes my chest hurt. Because if I don't laugh, I might scream, or throw up, or sit down and demand that someone explain how the hell we got from immigration paperwork to a veil that smells like hairspray and panic. This is fake. Just a performance. Just a formality. then why is my heart fluttering like a moth trapped in a sugar jar? The garden courtyard looked charming online. All rose bushes and twinkle lights and quaint French tile. In real life, the tiles are chipped, the roses are dead, and the folding chairs wobble like they're part of a bad prank show. Etienne is already tipsy, holding a flute of champagne he absolutely wasn't supposed to start drinking yet. He winks at me from beside the archway, adjusting his lavender silk scarf like he's officiating a wedding and directing a fashion show all at once. "Ready to dazzle, darling?" he whispers, low and conspiratorial. "Define dazzle," I mutter, but my voice is shaky, and my knees feel like they've been replaced with warm meringue. Then I look up. Lucien is standing at the far end of the aisle, straight-backed, stoic, scowling, like a man who's been asked to pose for a cologne ad and attend his own execution at the same time. My stomach flips. Not from nerves, from something sharper, something deeper. I take one step forward. 2. And then my veil catches on a folding chair. A soft pop behind me, fabric ripping, and the delicate tulle slips free and drapes across someone's lap like a fallen angel. Camille gasps like I've been shot. Someone behind her whispers, "Oh no." I keep walking because I cannot stop. Because if I stop now, I don't trust myself not to run. So I lift my chin, square my shoulders, and march toward the man who already looks like he regrets every decision that brought him here. And yet, somehow, I regret absolutely nothing. Lucien looks like he's been sentenced to death by firing squad. His jaw is clenched tight enough to crack stone. His shoulders locked so stiff it's a wonder he can breathe. The muscle at the corner of his mouth twitches. Once. Twice. Like he's calculating the precise moment he's going to sue everyone involved in this disaster. I should laugh. I should roll my eyes and chalk it up to classic Lucien Marchand dramatics, but then his eyes meet mine. And the world, the cheap folding chairs, the dead roses, Camille's hiccuping sobs in the background, tilts. Just a fraction, just enough. His scowl falters. Not fully, not enough for anyone else to notice. But I see it. I feel it. A crack. A hesitation. Something raw and unguarded flashing in his expression. A split-second vulnerability that slams straight into my chest with the force of a wrecking ball. It's not a performance. It's not a line from the script. It's him. Really him. And suddenly my breath is trapped somewhere between my ribs and my throat, useless and heavy. For a single breath-stealing moment, everything collapses inside my head. The pretense, the plan, the careful walls I built to keep myself safe, gone. Because it doesn't feel fake anymore. Not the way he's looking at me, steady and startled. Like he's seeing something he wasn't ready for. Not the way his hand reaches for mine. Tentative at first. Then firm, wrapping my fingers in his like we've done this 1,000 times before. Not the way the air tightens between us. Electric, breathless. As if we're the only two people left in the world. The officiant's voice blurs into background noise. The garden blurs. Even my own heartbeat feels too loud, too frantic. All I can feel is him. All I can see is that crack in his armor. And all I can hear is the sharp, panicked warning bells blaring in my chest. This isn't pretend anymore. And if I'm not careful, it's going to break me wide open. The officiant clears her throat, snapping the moment like brittle glass. Lucien shifts beside me, the brush of his shoulder steadying and solid. And suddenly we're both back on script, back on track. Say the lines, smile for the photos, check the boxes. I suck in a shallow breath and begin. The vows I wrote fall from my lips, soft and uncertain. Words about loyalty, about trust, about love that blooms under impossible circumstances. Lucien's voice follows mine, low, precise, practiced, and it should feel mechanical. It should feel hollow, but it doesn't. Because when my voice wobbles, just once, barely enough to catch on the cool spring air, His thumb brushes along my palm. Not for show, not for the crowd, just for me. A steady grounding pressure that says, I've got you. The vow finishes in my mouth, but the words ring louder in my chest than anything I could have rehearsed. And for one dizzying, horrifying moment, I think, if this were real, God help me, I'd want it to sound exactly like this. And now, the officiant says too brightly, you may kiss your bride. Expected, required, routine. I steel myself, every nerve ending drawing tight, and step into him. Lucien meets me halfway, automatic, clinical, like two chess pieces sliding into their final move. At least, that's how it starts. But the second our lips touch, everything explodes. Not literally, not visibly, but inside, behind my ribs and behind my eyes, the world detonates. It's not just a kiss. It's not routine. It's charged, hot and slow and careful, like he's memorizing the shape of my mouth with his own. It's steady, his hand curling at my waist, anchoring me when I sway forward, helpless against the pull of him. It's devastating, every unspoken thing we're both too terrified to say, bleeding through the cracks between us. By the time we break apart, my hands are trembling. I force a smile for the camera. I play my part, I pretend. But inside, my heart is screaming one very clear, very dangerous truth. This might have just stopped being pretend.
Chapter 8. Lucien. The moment our lips touch, I expect nothing. A polite press. A hollow, rehearsed formality. A checkmark ticked on a long list of bureaucratic lies. Instead, the world tilts. Her mouth is warm, soft, sweet, like vanilla and sugar, and something infuriatingly alive. And all at once, every cold calculation I spent months assembling shatters into dust. The tax break, the immigration interviews, the family obligations weighing down my shoulders like iron chains. Gone. There's no performance in the way she fits against me. No script in the way her breath catches when I shift closer without thinking. No checklist in the way her hand flutters against my chest before curling into the fabric of my jacket, like she's trying to anchor herself too. For one dangerous heartbeat, I forget everything. All I feel, all I want is her. It's supposed to be fake. A transaction. A beautiful lie. But when I breathe her in, the faint, dizzying scent of her skin, when I feel her mouth yield so naturally to mine, a glimpse flashes in front of me so sharp, so visceral, it almost drops me to my knees. A future. Not a performance, not a contract. A life. A life where I kiss her like this every morning. Slow and certain and reverent without witnesses. Without pretending. A life where she smiles up at me with that maddening, brilliant spark in her eyes. Not because the world demands it, but because she wants to. For one blinding, reckless instant, I let myself want it. Want her. Not as a solution. Not as an arrangement, as mine. And the sheer force of that wanting, hot, raw, and absolute terrifies me more than anything immigration paperwork or tax audits ever could. I'm the one who pulls away. I have to be. A fraction of a second too late, but I force it anyway. A smooth, practiced retreat. Exactly the correct distance. Exactly the correct posture. Nothing alarming. Nothing desperate. I tuck my hands into my pockets, casual, easy, hiding the tremble in my fingers that betrays everything I refuse to say out loud. My mouth curves into a neutral smile, effortless, polished, rehearsed dot. The kind of smile that seals boardroom deals and soothes scandal reporters. The kind that has nothing and everything to do with the mess roaring through my bloodstream. Inside, I'm wreckage, rattled, unmoored. My carefully ordered world, built from cold numbers, contracts, obligations, tilted sideways in the space of a single kiss. And no amount of discipline, no amount of cold-blooded calculation can unmake what I felt in that heartbeat where her mouth touched mine, and it felt like my entire future clicked into place. The ceremony bleeds into celebration. Flashbulbs pop, glasses clink. The faint strains of a violin cover the courtyard in gauzy noise. We pose for pictures, smiling, laughing, toasting with champagne so cheap it fizzes at the wrong angles. Seline leans into me during a photo, her laughter spilling into the hollow of my shoulder, light and unguarded, as if she's always belonged there. The contact burns through the fabric of my jacket straight into my skin. I smile down at her the way I'm supposed to, the way the immigration officers watching from the edges will expect. Smile like you're in love. Smile like it's real. Smile like nothing is slipping through the cracks. The terrifying thing is, I don't have to fake it. Not when her body fits against mine like a memory I haven't earned. Not when her laughter lifts something heavy off my chest without permission. Not when the thought of her slipping away cuts sharper than any risk I've ever taken. The performance isn't the lie. I am. I find an excuse. A photographer needing something. A forgotten folder. It doesn't matter. And duck away from the courtyard before the walls inside me collapse completely. The stone hallway off the exit is cool, quiet, forgotten. It smells faintly of wet mortar and dust, a grounding contrast to the cloying sweetness of champagne and too many voices outside. I press one hand flat against the rough stone wall, fingers splaying wide, grounding myself physically because it's the only kind of grounding I can manage. My pulse hammers against my throat. My lungs feel too small for the air I'm dragging into them. This wasn't the plan. This wasn't supposed to matter. But the truth whispers louder than any discipline, louder than all the careful lies I've stacked between us. I'm not just protecting her from deportation. I'm not just protecting myself from scandal. I'm falling. Harder, faster, deeper than anything I've allowed myself in a lifetime of cold, calculated survival. And the ground is coming up fast. When I step back out into the courtyard, blinking against the sudden sharpness of the spring sunlight, I find her immediately. Selene, laughing, radiant, spinning a little as she lifts the hem of her dress to dodge a spilled glass of champagne. Real. So painfully, beautifully real. I watch her from a distance now because it's safer, feeling the weight of one terrifying thought settle deep into my chest, branding itself against the bones there. If I'm not careful, I'm going to lose her. Not because of immigration, not because of paperwork, not because of any legal technicality or loophole I thought I could control, but because when she realizes how messy, broken, and unworthy I really am, when she sees past the polished mask and the careful lies, she'll leave. I can't blame her when she does.
Chapter 9. Seline. Lucien's penthouse is so quiet it hums. The kind of silence that feels intentional, curated, like even the air here was filtered and approved by a boardroom. Marble floors stretch out in every direction. Glass walls gleam without a single smudge. The windows are floor to ceiling and probably cost more than my entire yearly rent. I step inside slowly, my sneakers squeaking traitorously on the polished stone. This place doesn't just feel expensive. It feels like a different planet. A planet with no clutter, no chipped mugs or sticky doorknobs, no soft jazz drifting from the bakery radio, or Henri shouting at pigeons from the street below. I do a slow spin in the entryway, craning my neck at the towering ceilings. Even the furniture looks tense, like it knows it doesn't get used much. Wow, I say finally. So this is where Chrome comes to die. Lucien, standing a few feet behind me with one hand in his coat pocket, doesn't respond. I push a little harder. It's beautiful. Terrifying, but beautiful. I feel like if I breathe wrong, a chandelier is going to judge me. Still nothing. I glance back and catch the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not quite a smile, but close enough to make my stomach flip in a way that has absolutely nothing to do with altitude or nerves. Well, I say, hugging my arms to my chest, guess I better not break anything. The joke falls into the glittering emptiness between us, and for a moment it just hangs there, fragile and weightless, like a feather trying to land on glass. We sit at the kitchen island like two diplomats about to sign a peace treaty. The stools are too tall, the air is too still, the counter is too clean. Lucien pulls out a pad and pen like this is a board meeting. I blink at him. Are we actually writing this down? He doesn't look up. Ground rules are important. Okay, fine, I say, drumming my fingers against the stone. No interrupting each other's work hours. He nods. No inviting surprise guests into the apartment. No eating each other's snacks, I add. Especially if they're labeled, especially if they're chocolate. His pen pauses. I would never eat your chocolate. I raise an eyebrow. That sounded almost intimate. He doesn't flinch, just adds it to the list. I hate that his handwriting is annoyingly perfect. Of course it is. We go back and forth a few more rounds. Laundry, bathroom schedules, quiet hours. We don't mention the tension. Not the kiss. Not the way my skin still buzzes faintly from where his hand brushed mine during the reception. But it sits between us anyway. Thick, unspoken, loud. Like a fourth chair at the island no one invited, but neither of us can ignore. By the time he finishes scribbling the last bullet point, I'm not sure if we've made peace or built a bomb shelter. Probably both. I just wanted a glass of water. That's all. One glass. Cold, still, normal, but apparently nothing in this penthouse is allowed to be normal. The fridge is a hulking slab of polished metal with no visible handles and a touchscreen interface that probably connects to a satellite. I poke at it cautiously, expecting maybe a panel to slide open. Instead, the entire thing chirps to life. Bonjour, Lucien. A smooth voice purrs in perfect French. Your stress level appears elevated. May I recommend herbal tea or breathwork? I jump back like it bit me. Lucien, who just walked in behind me like a damn ghost, pauses mid-step. His brow lifts. Does your fridge offer emotional support? I ask, deadpan. Because honestly, that's kind of beautiful. He crosses his arms. Only when provoked. I narrow my eyes. That thing just scanned my stress levels from 6 feet away. It might be more emotionally available than you are. There it is. The twitch. Not a laugh, not quite, but the corners of his mouth curve, just slightly, like something escaped before he could cage it. A smirk. My God. I crack the statue. Fridge therapist, I mutter. Bet he charges more than my copay. Lucien's gaze flicks toward me. Should I be worried about your bakery trauma disorder? I blink at him, then grin. Acknowledging my past suffering is the first step. I expect a full apology letter by breakfast. Suddenly the tension lifts. Not completely, but enough. Enough for the silence between us to stop feeling so sharp. Enough to let the laugh bubble up and spill out of me, real and bright. Enough to remind me that even with all this insanity, Lucien Marchand is still human. And worse, he might be funny. The problem with being surrounded by perfection is that eventually it starts to feel like a mirror. I don't belong in this museum of curated control and whispered lighting. I don't move with precision. I spill things. I hum off-key. I get flour in my hair and forget to close cabinet doors. Around midnight, the silence starts to press in, velvet-wrapped and airless. So I snap. 15 minutes later, I'm barefoot in the kitchen, hair half out of its bun, sleeves rolled up to my elbows, and halfway through a questionable attempt at croissants with flour, I found sealed in Lucien's perfectly alphabetized pantry. There's no real plan. Just butter, muscle memory, and a wild, reckless need to fill this space with something warm. I'm singing softly under my breath. something jazzy and old that played on the bakery radio every Sunday. When I feel him, Lucien, I don't hear his footsteps, of course. That would be too normal. I just glance up, and there he is standing in the doorway, rumpled, barefoot, t-shirt slightly wrinkled like he tried to sleep, but couldn't. He doesn't say anything, just watches me, like I'm not breaking every unspoken rule about his pristine countertops, like I'm something he's never seen before and doesn't quite understand, but doesn't want to look away from either. His arms are crossed. His posture is casual. But there's nothing casual about his eyes. And for a second, I realize I've never felt more seen in my life. I dust flour off my hands, laughing under my breath at the chaos I've created. And that's when I really feel it. The weight of his gaze. I glance over, expecting another cool, judgmental Lucien Marchand special. Arms crossed, mouth tight, eyes full of all the reasons this was a terrible idea. But that's not what I find. He's still standing there. Arms crossed, yes, but everything about him looks softer. His shoulders relaxed, his mouth curved, not into a frown, not into a smirk, just something unguarded. And his eyes, they aren't tracing me the way I expect. Not with criticism, not with calculation. There's something heavier in them, something warmer. The kind of look that reaches under your skin before you even realize it's there. The kind that makes your heart forget how to beat in straight lines. The air between us thickens, not with words, not with noise, just the hum of the oven, the faint scent of butter and vanilla, the dust of flour still floating in golden streaks through the low kitchen light. Everything slows down, and somewhere in the spaces neither of us knows how to fill, something shifts, something real, something alive. Lucien moves first. Slow, careful. He steps forward, not touching me, not quite, but close enough that the heat of him brushes my skin like a fingertip. Close enough that my breath stumbles in my chest, messy and uninvited. He reaches past me toward the cabinet, as if this is normal, casual, routine, as if the air between us isn't burning itself into something new and dangerous. His hand brushes mine. Not an accident. Not really. Slow. Deliberate. His fingers skim along the back of my hand, feather light, grounding and electrifying all at once. I glance up, because I can't not, because some part of me needs to see if he felt it too, and he's already looking at me. Our faces are inches apart, our breaths tangling between us. Neither of us moves away, not immediately. And in that suspended, shimmering heartbeat, the truth hits me, rattling straight through my ribs, my spine, my toes. We're not just roommates anymore. Not even close.
Chapter 10. Lucien. Awake to the sound of jazz. Not the soft, sterile kind you play in a hotel lobby. Real jazz. Dizzy, wild, unapologetic. For a moment I think I'm dreaming, but then the smell hits. Cinnamon, butter, butterscotch. And I know. Seline. I step barefoot into the hallway and immediately step in something. Flour. Of course. There's a visible trail of it across the stone floor, a powdered breadcrumb path leading straight into the kitchen like some kind of pastry crime scene. The lights are on. The window is open. And there's a dish rag hanging off the edge of a modern sculpture I paid an embarrassing amount of money for. She's talking to herself. Or to the dough. I'm not entirely sure which. "I know you're mad at me," she says, bent over the counter like she's whispering to a wild animal. "But you're going to puff, okay? I believe in you. You're made of layers, like me." I stop just short of the doorway. She doesn't see me. She's got her hair twisted up with a pencil. There's flour on her cheekbone and sugar on her sock. She's humming now and narrating. "This step is critical, people," she says under her breath. Don't panic. The butter is our friend. Breathe into the gluten. It's absurd, and it's doing something to me. I should be annoyed. I should demand order. Clean lines, quiet. This was my space, my sanctuary, my control. But now it smells like a bakery, looks like a mess. It sounds like a cooking show had a nervous breakdown. And for reasons I do not understand. I don't want it to stop. This is temporary. I remind myself again as I retrieve the least stained coffee mug I can find and rinse it in the sink. Temporary. A quick fix. Necessary, efficient, effective. I list the reasons in my head like a prayer. Tax break, immigration clearance, reputation management. Selene yells at the balcony pigeons. I flinch and glance out the window. She's standing with her hands on her hips, shouting in fluent chaos at a pair of fat, unbothered birds. "You do not pay rent!" she screams. "You do not contribute! This is why you're universally hated!" The pigeons coo at her. She throws a spoon. I nearly laugh. Not a breathy scoff, not a smirk. A full, unfiltered laugh, sharp and sudden and too real. I catch myself just in time. Clamp it down. Coffee mug to the lips. Expression reset. Neutral, distant, cold. She doesn't notice, thank God. None of this is supposed to matter. And yet, I keep forgetting that. Later that afternoon, I wander out of the study only to realize she's left a trail behind her. Powdered sugar, faint but unmistakable, dusts the kitchen counter like the aftermath of a tiny snowstorm. It continues onto the floor, then somehow across the hallway console and, most inexplicably, on the cuff of my charcoal blazer, which was in my closet. She is chaos with a soft voice, cinnamon entropy in human form. And she is everywhere. She hums when she stirs things. She narrates her recipes like a teacher on a baking show filmed in a Parisian improv club. She talks to the dough like she's trying to soothe it through a rough day, coaxing, cajoling, occasionally threatening it. She moves through this space like it was designed for her. Like the high ceilings and stone finishes were meant to be covered in pastry residue and off-key jazz. The strangest part is that I haven't wiped any of it away. Not the sugar. Not the dish towel still looped through the wine rack. Not even the flour handprint on the edge of my laptop. I tell myself I've been too busy. But I know the truth. Some small, traitorous part of me likes the way it looks now. Lived in. Less curated. Less cold, like she's claiming it. Like she's claiming me. It's late. The lights are low. The hum of the dishwasher is the only sound in the apartment. I pass through the living room on the way to shut off the hallway lights, and I see her. Curled up on the sofa, legs tucked under her, one arm flung over a pillow. A book open on her lap. One from my shelf, I notice. She's halfway through Kafka, of all things. Her hair is falling out of its bun. There's a faint smear of butter on her cheek. She's wearing novelty socks with tiny croissants printed across them. I should keep walking. Instead, I stop, just stop, and stand there, staring, absorbing. Because something in my chest, something old and cold and locked up so long I'd forgotten it, even had a name, stretches toward her. Something fragile, something dangerous. She's sleeping like she belongs here, like this is home. Like this space, my space, has always had a her-shaped gap waiting to be filled. And the realization slips under my ribs like a blade made of silk. I don't want her to leave, and that scares me more than anything else has in a very long time. I tell myself not to move, not to cross the distance between us, not to break whatever fragile thing is hanging between the ticking clock and the sound of her slow, even breaths. But I move anyway. I tell myself not to touch her, not to reach for the blanket that's slipping off her shoulder, not to memorize the tiny, unconscious smile that flickers across her face when she shifts slightly in her sleep. I do all of it anyway. I pick up the edge of the blanket and pull it up gently, covering her bare ankles, tucking it around her with a care I haven't given anything, or anyone, in years. I watch the steady rise and fall of her chest, the way her fingers curl lightly into the throw pillow, like she's holding on to something precious, even in sleep. The soft, uneven rhythm of her breathing. I should look away. I should leave. I should remember what this is supposed to be. A performance, an agreement. But all I can think is that I don't just want her here. I want her to stay. Stay in this apartment. Stay in my space. Stay in my life. The wanting lodges under my ribs like a permanent bruise. Sharp, unforgiving. Already too late to undo. I step back to the doorway, putting a few feet of air between us because it's the only defense I have left. The apartment hums softly around me. Still. Warm. Different now. Not because of anything I changed. Because of her. Because she fills it. Without asking permission. Without apologizing. Without even trying. I lean one shoulder against the doorframe, arms crossed tightly across my chest. The only barrier I can still erect against the weight of what's crashing through me. And the truth claws its way up from the place where I've been shoving it down for weeks. She doesn't belong to me, not by law, not by right, not by anything binding or permanent. But God help me, I'm starting to wish she did.
Chapter 11. Selene. Baking used to be therapy. Now it's just self-inflicted psychological warfare. I whip butter into dough like it insulted my ancestors. I braid croissants so tight, the layers barely have room to breathe. I burn a whole tray of baguettes because I spent too long glaring at the espresso machine, trying not to think about Lucien's hands or his stupid almost smiles. It doesn't help. No matter how many pastries I mutilate, no matter how much flour dust I kick into the air like battlefield smoke, I can't shake the memory of his gaze skimming over me. Slow, deliberate, like he's memorizing the way I move. The way he watches when he thinks I'm not looking. The way I feel it anyway. In the way my pulse skitters. The way my stomach knots. The way my whole body knows he's there even before my brain catches up. It's fine, I tell myself, scraping another overbaked mess into the trash. It's totally, completely fine. Everything's under control. Right up until the bell above the bakery door jingles, and there he is. Of course. Tall, sharp, too handsome for my blood pressure, and staring at me like I'm not just part of the scenery anymore, like I'm something he can't stop seeing. He claims he's just checking in. On the bakery, on me, on our mutual investment. I almost snort in his face, but I'm too busy trying not to combust under the weight of his not quite smirk and the way his hands slide casually into his pockets like he owns the whole damn world. Keeping up appearances, we tell ourselves. That's all. Which is how I find myself strolling through the Marais on a Wednesday afternoon, eating overpriced gelato and arguing about the architectural merits of crooked alleyways with a man who could probably win arguments against brick walls. We visit a tiny art museum next and end up lingering way too long, shoulders brushing every time we lean in to mock a particularly self-important painting. We laugh too easily, talk too much, smile too wide. His hand brushes the small of my back once, just guiding me through a doorway, and my heart stumbles so hard I have to pretend to trip over a step just to catch my breath. It's fine, I tell myself. It's necessary. It's strategic. But the lies get harder to swallow when his gaze meets mine over a shared pastry and something hot and frightening sparks low in my belly. Pretending was supposed to be easy. Nobody warned me it would start to feel so real. The museum closes before we realize how late it's gotten. The lights flickering gently overhead. The last docent yawning behind the security desk. Lucien looks at me like maybe this is where the evening ends, but the words slip out before I can second-guess them. Hungry? I ask. Casual, breezy, totally unaffected by the fact that my heart is now thudding in my ears. Unless your fridge therapist is planning a dinner service. He huffs something close to a laugh or maybe a cough, and to my complete shock says, "There's a bistro nearby. good frites, no emotional appliances. We walk 2 blocks in companionable silence before ducking into a little restaurant, so tucked into the street, it feels like it's hiding from time. The tables are too close. The lighting is too low. The wine list is handwritten and slightly stained. It's perfect and completely, utterly wrong. We're not supposed to do this. We're supposed to eat meals like strangers. Talk logistics. Act the part. But when we sit down and he leans forward, forearms braced on the table, tie loosened, eyes soft, it doesn't feel like strategy anymore. It feels like something shifting, and I'm not ready for it. The wine is awful, which is probably why I keep drinking it. Or maybe it's because Lucien just told a story about setting a toaster on fire in culinary school, and I haven't laughed this hard in weeks. We share a plate of frites and a basket of bread that Lucien calls criminally mediocre. We roast the abstract modern art piece we both hated at the gallery. Agree it looked like a toothbrush, and in Identity Crisis got into a fight. He's sharper when he's relaxed. Dry, clever, devastating. I tease him about the way he folds his napkin like it's afraid of disappointing him. He teases me about my ability to weaponize sarcasm before noon. It's all so easy. Too easy. He smiles. Not a smirk. Not a tight, forced nod. A real smile. Brief. Unfiltered. Blinding. And it's mine. Something in my chest stumbles. Breath. Pulse. Gravity. I don't even know. I reach for my wine glass and nearly knock it straight into the frite. Smooth. He arches one brow, but I don't look at him. Can't, because I suddenly want things I'm not supposed to want. Things this agreement was never designed to offer. Things that flicker to life every time he looks at me like that and make my heart forget we're pretending. And if that smile was a crack in his armor, then mine's already starting to fall apart completely. I laugh it off. Too loud, too fast, too much. A distraction tactic, one I've used since high school. Toss a joke, flash a grin, make the moment lighter before it gets heavy enough to sink me. Lucien doesn't call me on it. But he doesn't smile again either. And that might be worse. Because I want it. God, I want it. That smile, that rare, unguarded flicker of light he doesn't give to anyone else. I want to be the reason it happens. I want to earn it. Pull it out of him like a secret. Keep it for myself, and wanting something this badly. Something real, something fragile, something I cannot have. Feels like standing on the edge of a cliff in ballet flats. The view is beautiful. The wind is warm, but the ground is cracking beneath me. We step out into the street. Paris is glittering, soft and golden and humming around the edges like it knows something we don't. Our shoulders brush, just a little, just enough. And it zips down my spine like a wire pulled tight. Lucien opens the door for me. Quiet, gentlemanly, controlled, and his hand brushes the small of my back. Casual, practiced, devastating. I almost stop walking, almost turn around, almost ask him what that was, what this is, but I don't. Of course I don't. Instead, I clutch the strap of my purse like a lifeline and match his pace like nothing's wrong, like nothing happened, like everything isn't shifting beneath my feet. And as we walk under the soft glow of old street lamps and blooming balconies, I whisper to myself the lie I need to survive this moment. It's just pretending. It's always been pretending, right?
Chapter 12. Lucien. Seline hums when she moves around the kitchen. Nothing organized, nothing purposeful. Just a quiet, off-key murmur under her breath, like the apartment itself needs sound to keep breathing. She's barefoot, hair pulled up in a messy French braid that's barely holding on, sleeves pushed to her elbows. There's a smear of flour on her wrist from the pastries she packed for the bakery's morning rush. She's carrying a half-eaten croissant in one hand, balancing a mug of coffee in the other, and somehow still managing to open cabinets with her hip like she's lived here forever. It shouldn't feel normal. It isn't normal, but it settles around me anyway. Warm and stubborn and inevitable. I sip my own coffee, pretending to scan the morning news, pretending not to watch her spin through my carefully ordered world, like she belongs in all the cracks I thought I'd sealed up years ago. Normal. It's normal. It has to be normal. Normal to have her here. Normal to want her here. Normal to feel the air hum differently, thicker, sweeter, heavier when she's in the room. I tell myself it's still under control. Tell myself the tightness under my ribs will fade. I tell myself a lot of things. And for exactly 97 seconds, I almost believe them. The sound of her voice, low, strained, a little cracked at the edges, shatters the illusion. I catch it in pieces, drifting from the living room. I don't know, Cam. What if it's not enough? A pause, a shaky breath, a laugh that isn't really a laugh at all. What if they don't believe it? What if I screw it up somehow? I freeze, coffee halfway to my mouth, mug suspended in the air. Her words hit harder than they should. Sharper, deeper. You should have seen the file they gave me, she says, voice thinning out like worn fabric. Deadlines, meetings, audits. If they pull the bakery's license because of this, another laugh. Smaller this time, breaking apart at the edges. I can't. She cuts herself off, voice wobbling into silence. And in the stillness that follows, I can hear my own pulse pounding against my temples. Loud, unforgiving. Selene Carr, the woman who threatens pigeons and sings to butter, is scared, and it wrecks something in me. Because in that moment, listening to her fight to sound brave, fight to hold it together, I realize with a sick, sharp clarity, this was never just paperwork. Not for her, and not for me. I don't think. I move. 1 minute I'm frozen at the kitchen counter, coffee cooling in my hand. The next, I'm standing in the doorway, voice cutting across the room like a blade. I'll hire a lawyer, the best in Paris, just in case. The words drop into the air, heavy, irreversible, and everything goes silent. Seline stares at me like I've grown a second head. Camille's voice crackles faintly through the phone, still clutched in Celine's hand. I want to claw the words back, bury them, pretend I never said them, because they weren't strategic, they weren't calculated, they were instinct, reflex, reaction, mine. I clear my throat, too sharp, too forced, and drag a hand through my hair like I'm smoothing something back into place. Due diligence, I mutter, shrug like it's nothing. Like this is still a transaction, like she's still a line item on a balance sheet. Protecting the investment, I add, stacking the words like bricks over a grave. But the armor is brittle, thin, already cracking under the weight of her eyes. Too big, too bright, too raw. She looks at me like she sees something I didn't mean to show. Something messy, something unguarded, something real. Since this whole insane arrangement started, I'm not sure I can hide it anymore. I'm not sure I even want to. Seline ends the call with Camille quietly, a soft murmur of goodbye that sounds more like an apology. She gives me one last searching look, something too big, too raw to survive between us, and disappears down the hallway toward her room. I let her go. I don't move for a long time. Just stand there. Hands braced against the counter, breathing in the sterile scent of coffee and sugar and the soft, lingering echo of her voice. I tell myself it was strategy. I tell myself it was practical. I tell myself 1,000 things I might even believe if she didn't still live under my skin like a ghost I invited in. But the truth curls cold and certain around my ribs, tightening until it's hard to draw breath. I didn't offer to protect a contract. I didn't offer to protect an investment. I offered to protect her, without thought, without calculation, without armor. Because somewhere in the chaos, somewhere between burnt croissants and pigeon battles and stolen almost smiles, Selene Carr stopped being temporary and I didn't even see it happening. Not until it was far, far too late. I straighten up slowly, dragging one hand over my jaw, willing the tremor out of it. The city sparkles beyond the windows, oblivious. Paris, steady, glittering, eternal. Not like me. Not like this thing unraveling inside my chest every time I look at her. I tell myself it doesn't change anything. That the plan stays the same. That we can keep pretending. But the truth claws up, raw and burning, too big to cage anymore. This isn't just business, not anymore.
Chapter 13. Seline. It's supposed to be a 5-minute grocery run. Bread, fruit, maybe some cheese if we're feeling ambitious. Nothing life-changing. Nothing significant. Nothing worth recording in the history books. And yet, walking beside Lucien feels like threading a needle underwater. Every step is too loud. Every brush of his arm against mine crackles under my skin like static. We don't talk much. He walks with his hands shoved deep into his coat pockets, eyes scanning the street like he's memorizing it. I clutch the reusable shopping bag a little too tightly, focusing hard on the cracks in the sidewalk instead of the fact that my body, traitorous, rebellious thing, keeps adjusting its pace to match his. One brush of his sleeve against mine. 2. Nothing. Everything. I tell myself it's the narrow sidewalk. I tell myself it's the traffic. I tell myself 100 small lies, and then the sky cracks open, and all the lies wash straight down the drain with the rain. It happens fast. 1 minute, the sky is a muted, forgiving gray. The next, it collapses, all at once, into a curtain of silver. Paris in summer smells like wet stone and lilacs when it rains. It smells like old promises and new mistakes. I shriek, no warning, no dignity, and fumble for the bag of groceries as Lucien swears under his breath, reaching for the same slipping carton of strawberries. We bolt without a plan, laughter tearing loose from my throat before I can catch it. I don't think. I just grab his hand, grip and go. His hand is warm, firm, steady, solid in a way that makes everything else, the rain, the sidewalk, the world spinning around us, feel like background noise. We sprint for the nearest awning, feet slipping a little on the soaked cobblestones, the rain washing everything clean except the crackling air between us. When we finally skid to a stop under the narrow shelter of a flower shop awning, my heart is hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape. My hand is still locked in his hand is still locked in mine, and neither of us lets go. We stop under the narrow awning, panting, soaked, the scent of rain and crushed petals curling around us. Lucien drags his free hand through his dripping hair, muttering something vicious in French under his breath that only makes me laugh harder. I start to pull my hand back. Instinct, self-preservation, sanity. But I don't. Neither does he. Our fingers stay tangled, slick with rain, warm with something far more dangerous. I can feel the thrum of his pulse through the thin skin of his wrist. Or maybe that's mine. Maybe it doesn't matter. The moment hangs there, thick, heavy, suspended in the humid space between thunder and heartbeat. We're laughing, but it's already fading at the edges, slipping into something quieter, something hotter, something I'm too afraid to name out loud. I should say something. I should let go. I should breathe. But all I can do is stand there, holding on to him like the storm outside isn't half as dangerous as the one building between us. I glance up just for a second, and it's a mistake, because he's looking at our joined hands, like he doesn't know whether to hold on tighter or run for his life. Like he's standing on the same crumbling cliff I am. Water drips from his hair, sliding down the hard line of his jaw, catching on the edge of his lashes. His shirt is clinging to him, rain-slicked, rumpled, utterly imperfect. And for the first time, I see him, Not the grumpy landlord. Not the cold, untouchable businessman. Not the smirking chess master playing a game I'll never win. Just Lucien. A man who holds my hand too tightly. A man who laughs quietly under his breath when I shriek at pigeons. A man who looks at me like maybe he's just as terrified as I am. And it hits me. Hard, breathless. In a way no Parisian rainstorm ever could. This isn't pretend anymore. Not even close. The air buzzes between us. Sharp and warm and trembling with something that doesn't have a name yet. I should let go. I know I should. It would be easy. Just release his hand, step back, say something snarky about Paris weather and make it a joke. But I don't. Because in this moment, quiet, electric, still dripping with rain, I don't want to pretend we're not holding on for a reason. For one breathless, heart-thudding second, I let myself imagine what it would feel like to reach for his hand on purpose. No excuse. No fake marriage strategy. Just want. And that thought, that single forbidden flicker of honesty, lands low in my stomach and twists like a secret I'm not ready to admit out loud. We break apart slowly, too slowly, fingers brushing like a parting promise neither of us dares to speak. The rain softens into mist around us, quiet, golden, catching on the awning like it knows it's interrupting something intimate. Lucien doesn't say anything, doesn't look away, just watches me for a second longer than he should. And somehow that silence says more than any carefully constructed lie ever could. My hand tingles where his fingers were, the shape of it, the warmth, still etched into my skin like a brand. My heart won't slow down, not even a little. We step back into the street, grocery bags swinging between us like a tether we both pretend not to notice. But I can't stop thinking. Not for the rest of the walk, not all the way home, not through dinner or sleep or the next morning's silence. That didn't feel like acting. That didn't feel fake at all.
Chapter 14. Lucien. I step onto the balcony to call her in, to remind her the breeze has teeth tonight, that the oven timer is probably still beeping inside. But the words never make it out. She's curled in the lounge chair, barefoot, arms tucked under her cheek, the hem of her sweater slipping off one shoulder. A half-finished mug of tea sits beside her, forgotten. The soft glow from the apartment spills across her skin like moonlight, catching in her hair, still faintly dusted with flour. And I feel something sharp and old shift inside me. She looks peaceful, completely unguarded in a way I've never seen. I know I should wake her, gently, carefully, keep the lines clean. But instead, I just stand there, watching, memorizing, aching. The night wraps around her like it's trying to keep her safe. And something in me that I've spent a decade learning how to lock down wants to do the same. I tell myself to step back, to call her name from a safe distance, to leave the moment untouched. Instead, I move forward like I'm stepping into fire. I don't care if I get burned. I kneel beside her, slowly, careful not to wake her. She stirs slightly, a small exhale catching at the edge of sleep, but doesn't open her eyes. Just shifts deeper into the cushion, like she trusts the world not to harm her, like she trusts me. God help me. I slide one arm beneath her knees, the other behind her back, and lift. She's warm. Her hair brushes my jaw and her weight settles against my chest like something real. Heavy, unavoidable. She smells like lavender and sugar, and the kind of comfort that makes it hard to breathe. And I carry her inside like she might shatter if I set her down wrong. No part of this is strategic. There's no calculation left in me. Only instinct. Only need. The space between us hums as I step through the quiet apartment. The air is thicker now. Heavier. Like it knows I've crossed something I can't uncross. And I don't know if I can find my way back. I lower her gently onto the couch, trying not to jostle her, trying to keep the moment intact. Her lashes flutter just for a second. She murmurs something, soft and slurred and lost to sleep, and I pause, frozen mid-motion, hovering over her like I've done something wrong. Then her fingers curl into the front of my shirt. Not tight, not desperate, just a sleepy, instinctive tug, a half-dreaming request to not be alone. And I come undone, not with panic, not with noise, just with the impossible ache of knowing she's reaching for me, not because she has to, but because somewhere inside her sleep-fogged world she wants to. That kind of trust, unfiltered, unconscious, lands in my chest like a meteor. Silent, devastating, permanent. Every wall I've spent my life building. Brick by measured brick, reinforced by pride and necessity. Splinters under the weight of her touch. And I know with terrifying clarity, there's no going back from this. I should walk away. I've done harder things, colder things. But right now, with her still holding onto my shirt like I'm something safe, I physically can't make my legs move. So I stay. I sink down onto my knees beside the couch, one forearm resting on the edge of the cushion, the other planted on the floor to keep me grounded. My breath feels too loud. The apartment is too quiet. She sighs softly in her sleep, her hand falling away from my chest, still close, still enough to undo me. I reach out, just once, and brush a damp curl off her forehead with the back of my fingers. Barely a touch. Not even that. I memorize her face the way other men memorize blueprints or bank codes, methodically, obsessively, afraid of losing something they never really deserve to hold. Every line, every freckle, the little scar near her lip I've never asked about. And in that stillness, kneeling on a hardwood floor in the center of a lie that doesn't feel like a lie anymore, I finally admit what I've been avoiding all along. I don't want to protect a contract. I don't want to fulfill an obligation. I want her. In my space, in my arms, in every way I've spent my whole life pretending I didn't need. And I don't think I can survive that truth now that it's real. I don't know how long I stay there. Long enough for the air to go still around us. Long enough for the city to quiet into that strange, breathless hush Paris only wears at night. Long enough for my back to ache and my knees to go numb. But I don't move. Because if I do, if I shift, if I blink, if I breathe too loudly, the spell might break. She might disappear. And I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for how much it hurts to want her, to need her, to have her here, close, soft, real, and still feel like I'm holding my breath with both hands. This should have been about protection, convenience, control. But now, I don't want a contract. I don't want a tax break. I don't want the version of her that fits into a strategy. I want this quiet, emotional, sleeping in my shirt and taking up all the oxygen, flower on her cheek and fire in her laugh. The version of her that isn't performing for anyone. And the worst part, the part that carves straight through the steel I've spent my life building, is that she doesn't even know. She doesn't know how far I've fallen. And I don't know if I'll ever be brave enough to tell her. Eventually, because my knees are going to betray me if I stay kneeling, I force myself to stand. I find the throw blanket she uses for late-night movies and drape it over her slowly, smoothing it once with the flat of my palm. It barely helps. Nothing could. The room feels too quiet now, too intimate, like it knows what I won't say. I move to the light switch, hand hovering, not ready, but I flip it anyway. The room goes dark, but she's still there, outlined in soft moonlight, breathing slow and steady, like this is her place, like she's always belonged here. And I stand in the doorway like a coward, every part of me burning with one simple, brutal truth. There's no way back from this. Not for me, not now, not ever.
Chapter 15. Seline. You're avoiding me, I say, casually cracking an egg one-handed like I'm not waiting for him to look up. Lucien glances over the rim of his espresso cup, all elegant disinterest and narrowed suspicion. I'm reading, he says, gesturing vaguely toward his phone like it's a contract negotiation and not an article about Parisian tax reform. Right, I toss the eggshell into the bin. Because nothing says relaxing evening like government bureaucracy and existential dread. He arches a brow. I was enjoying it until you started monologuing at the counter. You love my monologues. I lean across the island, lowering my voice just enough to make it a dare. Help me bake. There's a beat of silence. A pause so quiet I can hear the chocolate ganache bubbling on the stove. He doesn't blink, doesn't move. A sigh, dramatic, theatrical, almost offended. You want me to assist you? He says, setting his cup down with unnecessary precision, in creating yet another dessert designed to wage war on the kitchen. Exactly, I grin. Something decadent, something ridiculous, something chocolate. Lucien mutters something in French that sounds like a prayer for strength, but he rolls up the sleeves of his sweater anyway, exposing those stupidly elegant forearms that have no business looking that good next to a mixing bowl. Captain Moodboard, reporting for duty, I say sweetly. If you sabotage this recipe, I'm invoking a clause in the marriage agreement. There is no clause. There will be. I hand him a whisk like a weapon and turn back toward the stove, pretending I don't feel the heat of his presence just behind me. The kitchen hums with butter and sugar and something else I don't have a name for, not yet. It starts with a smear, just a little streak of ganache on his jaw. Nothing major. Easily wiped, easily ignored. So naturally I point it out with all the subtlety of a street performer. Hold still, I say, biting back a smile. You've got a little something? I reach toward his face with a napkin. He leans away like I'm wielding a machete. Do not, but it's too late. I swipe it clean, dramatic and smug. He blinks. With absolutely no warning, Lucien dips 2 fingers into the flour bowl and taps them directly against my nose. I gasp. You did not just... Equal retaliation, he says smoothly, already stepping back like a man proud of his war crimes. The next minute is chaos. A handful of flour arcs across the counter. Lucien ducks. I shriek. Something clatters. Laughter explodes between us. Too much, too loud, too easy. We're circling each other now, dodging, grabbing, daring. He catches my wrist. I twist out of it, nearly knocking over the bowl of sugar. He lunges again. I pivot toward the pantry for cover. He corners me, hand braced beside my head, breath hitching, shirt dusted in flour and smugness. I press my back to the pantry door, every nerve in my body lighting up like it's suddenly forgotten the rules. Lucien doesn't move. Neither do I. The laughter fizzles at the edges. The silence thickens, soft and sharp all at once. His eyes trace my mouth like he's trying to memorize it. And suddenly, we're not laughing anymore. We're waiting for something that already feels like it started. And whatever it is, it's not pretend. The laughter dies faster than I expect. 1 second, I'm gasping for breath, flushed and grinning and riding the adrenaline high of our kitchen war. The next, silence. Not empty, not awkward, just full. Lucien doesn't step back. His hand is still braced against the pantry door beside my hip. His chest is close enough that I can feel every rise and fall, every breath that doesn't quite settle. We're standing in a bubble of sugar and heat and electricity. And I realize we're not joking anymore. I look up. He's already watching me. No smirk, no dismissive twitch of his mouth. No armor. Just want. Raw and quiet and terrifying in its honesty. His gaze dip, slow and deliberately, to my mouth. And stays there. My heart forgets how to beat. My lungs forget how to breathe. And in the stillness, I hear it. The sound of something tipping over inside me. The edge I've been balancing on since the moment I stepped into his world. I'm not afraid of falling. Not anymore. I want the crash. I don't remember who moves first. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's me. Maybe we've both been moving toward this since the second he told me to marry him. And I said yes like a woman lighting her own match. But then he's kissing me, and nothing is the same. It's not soft. It's not polite. It's real, messy, flour smudged, a little desperate. Well, well, well. Things are heating up here. You know what to do? Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 16. Lucien. I wake before her. The room is still, bathed in the kind of pale morning light that makes everything look softer than it really is. My chest rises once, then again. Slow, careful, like I'm afraid the simple act of breathing might set off a chain reaction I might not be able to stop. The sheets are tangled at our waists. The scent of her clings to the pillow. Warm skin, vanilla, a trace of chocolate from last night's chaos. Her back is pressed to my side, bare and impossibly soft, the curve of her shoulder nestled against me like it belongs there. My hand is inches from hers, close enough to touch, close enough to feel the heat she radiates in every direction. For a few seconds, I just lay there. Let it be quiet. Let it be simple. Let myself believe that the storm hasn't hit yet, but I know better. I know what happens next. The thoughts come like knives, clean, sharp, fast. What the hell have I done? What was I thinking? She's not supposed to matter. She was never supposed to matter. This was convenience. Optics. Survival. Not this. Not her. My brain scrambles for logic. For the contract. For the exit plan. For anything that will let me pretend I'm still in control. But the moment she shifts against me, lets out a soft, contented sigh, presses her face deeper into my shoulder without even waking, every lie I've told myself turns to ash. Because nothing about this feels accidental. Nothing about it feels safe. I don't know if I can protect the one thing I'm most afraid of losing. She moves in her sleep just slightly. A soft sound, half sigh, half hum, slips past her lips as she moves closer. Then her arm drapes across my ribs, slow and heavy with sleep, anchoring me to the mattress. Her cheek finds the curve of my shoulder like it belongs there. Like she's done it 100 times before. Like this isn't new. Like we aren't new. I stop breathing. My entire body goes tight, waiting for what I'm not sure. My hands stay at my sides, rigid, frozen, and then they don't. One lifts, slow and reluctant, like it's moving of its own accord. It settles lightly over hers, not squeezing, just holding, just being there. And in that exact moment, the second my skin touches hers, I know. I'm gone. Utterly, absolutely gone. There's no logic that can fix this. No careful strategy. No cold, calculated undoing. Because this doesn't feel like a mistake. It feels like something I've never been allowed to have. And now I do. And now I'm terrified. Because what happens when she realizes I don't deserve it? I turn my head just slightly. Not much. Just enough to see her. Her lashes rest against her cheeks still. That small crease sits between her brows like she's dreaming too hard. There's a faint chocolate smear on the corner of her mouth, soft and smudged and entirely hers. I should leave the bed. I should step away from this before it becomes irreversible. But instead, I move closer, slow, quiet, and press the barest kiss, soft, reverent, ruinous, to her hairline. It's nothing. A whisper, a ghost, and it's everything. It's the mistake that tells the truth, the moment that splits me open from the inside out. She stirs faintly and settles again without waking. But I know. I know what I did. So I lay back like I didn't just shatter my last piece of distance, like I didn't just make it worse, like I didn't just mean it. I stare at the ceiling. The shadows cast by morning light stretch across the plaster like cracks in something once solid. Every muscle in my body is coiled too tight. Tension knots low in my spine. My jaw aches from being clenched. Even my breath feels wrong. Too shallow, too loud in a room that should feel warm and soft, but suddenly doesn't. Because I can't do this. Not like this. Not with her. I can't want like this. It's too much, too loud, too real. Not when I know exactly what I'm capable of breaking. And she is too bright, too good, too unguarded. If I lose control, I won't just lose her, I'll hurt her. And that's the part I can't live with. Every instinct in me screams to get up, to run, to disappear back into the silence that used to protect me from feeling anything this sharp. But I don't move. I just lie there, heart thudding like a secret, trying to forget the weight of her arm across my chest, trying to forget the soft heat of her skin pressed to mine, the ghost of her breath against my shoulder, the way her body curled around me like she knew me, like she trusted me. And I fail completely.
Chapter 17. Seline. I wake slowly, curled beneath warm sheets that smell like him. For a few seconds, it's perfect. Still, quiet, gentle. The sun slips through the slats in the blinds, painting long gold stripes across the bed. My limbs are heavy in the best way. Used and satisfied and sore in places I forgot could ache so sweetly. And then I roll over. His side of the bed is cold, the pillow barely dented, no breath, no warmth, no sign he was ever here except the silence he left behind. A small knot forms in my stomach, nothing major, just pressure. Low and quiet and steady. I tell myself this is better, that it would have been worse if he'd stayed, that waking up wrapped around him would have made it real. And real is dangerous. So I peel the sheets away, find one of his oversized hoodies from the chair, and tug it on like armor. It smells like clean laundry and control, like him. I pad into the kitchen on bare feet, pretending not to notice how far away he suddenly feels. Lucien is already at the stove. His posture is perfect, straight-backed, elbows tucked, movements measured. If he's unraveling, he doesn't show it. He doesn't look up when I enter, just tilts the carafe slightly and pours a cup of coffee, then slides it across the counter toward me without a word. "Morning," he says. Flat, polite, business as usual. "Hey," I try to sound casual, but it lands somewhere between chipper and cracked. The cup burns my fingers slightly as I wrap both hands around it. I sip too fast anyway. Lucien opens the fridge like it offended him. "Hungry?" "I could eat," I say, like my whole body isn't still humming with the memory of his hands, like I didn't spend the night learning what it means to want something too much. He cracks an egg like a professional. I lean against the counter like I belong there. We are two people pretending, and the silence between us is full of everything we aren't saying. He's flipping eggs like it's just another Sunday, like we didn't completely shatter every unspoken rule between us last night. I watch the pan sizzle, let the silence stretch, let the words build in my throat until they ache to be spoken. "So," I say, aiming for light. "About last night." He stills for half a second. Not long, just enough for me to catch it. "Yeah." His voice is lower than usual, tight. "It happened?" I raise a brow. "That's poetic." Lucien finally glances at me, just a flick of his eyes, then drops them again like they burned. "We don't have to make it a thing." "Right," I say, too quickly, too brightly, because I've already decided it wasn't a thing. It couldn't have been. Just heat of the moment. My fork scrapes against ceramic. The sound is awful. He nods once. Exactly. The door slams shut. We lock the memory in a box and pretend we didn't just light the room on fire. We eat in silence. Not comfortable silence. Not the kind we've started to share more often lately. This is sharp, edged. Every scrape of silverware feels like a siren. Every brush of air between us feels like a missed chance. I focus on my toast like it's a life raft. He sips his coffee like it might scald away the taste of my skin. I steal a glance upward. He's already looking. Our eyes lock. Too long, too much, too late. We both look away at the same time, like we practiced it, like we rehearsed exactly how to lie with our faces. This is fine. This is normal. This is nothing. Except it's not. And we both know it. I tell myself this is fine, that awkward breakfasts are normal after a night like that. I tell myself the quiet means nothing, that the tightness in my throat is just residual tension, that I'm imagining the way his hand keeps twitching, like it wants to reach for mine and keeps failing. I chew toast that tastes like dust, smile like I'm not seconds from unraveling, because if I stop pretending, even for a second, I'll want more. And he's already made it clear that more isn't on the table. Not for me, not from him. I push my plate away, the scrape too loud. Stand too fast. Smooth my hair like that'll fix anything. I should head to the bakery, I say, voice too bright, too even. New delivery this morning. He nods, eyes unreadable. Of course. Like it's just another day. Like he didn't undo me completely just hours ago. I grab my coat, shrug it on, check my reflection in the hallway mirror, like the problem's something I can fix with chapstick. When I reach the door, his voice stops me. Seline. I turn, wait, hope. He doesn't move, doesn't smile, doesn't break. Have a good day, he says, soft measured. Too careful. I nod. Pull the door open, step into the hallway. But as it clicks shut behind me, the words sit heavy in my chest, not like a goodbye, like a warning dot. This isn't fine, and it never was.
Chapter 18. Lucien. I tell myself I'm here because it's smart to be visible. A landlord checking in, maintaining rapport, good business, concerned newlywed looking out for his wife. It has nothing to do with the fact I didn't sleep, or the way the sheets smelled like her when I woke up and got the hell out of there, or the silence in the apartment that didn't feel like peace. It felt like absence. So I tell Etienne I'm stepping out, slide on my coat like it's armor, and head down the block like I'm not walking faster than usual. The bell over the bakery door jingles as I step inside. Soft, cheerful, smug. Petit Soleil wraps around me like it always does. Warm air, the sharp sweetness of sugar cooling on racks, the low hum of jazz through crackling speakers. But it's not the music that wrecks me. It's her. Seline is behind the counter, hair pulled back in a divine twist, flour streaked across her forearm, sleeve pushed up over one elbow. She's laughing at something Camille just said, head tipped back slightly, sunlight catching in the curve of her cheekbone. And just like that, I'm undone. No warning, no defense, just one look, and it all comes rushing back. She sees me, and I brace for it. Awkwardness, distance, some quiet strain in her shoulders. But she just smiles, like I didn't send her out the door this morning without a word she needed to hear, like she's already forgiven me for not knowing how to be soft when it counted. "Try this one," she says, sliding a warm croissant into a wax paper bag and offering it across the counter. "I'm experimenting with cardamom today." Her fingers brush mine for half a second. And it doesn't matter that I spent all night trying to forget the shape of her body against mine. The second our hands meet, it's back. All of it. I nod. Say nothing. Bite. It's perfect. Of course it is. And before I even feel it happening, I smile. Not the careful kind I wear in front of press. Not the weaponized smirk I give shareholders right before a pivot. This one is different, full, lopsided, stupid, real. Selene blinks at me just once, like she doesn't quite believe it. Then turns to refill the pastry case like it didn't change everything. But it did, and I know it, because I can't feel Henry watching me from across the room. And the worst part? I don't even want to stop smiling. I take another bite of the croissant, forcing my face back into neutrality. The warmth in my chest needs to be extinguished before it becomes something I can't control. From the corner of the bakery, a familiar throat clearing cuts through the hum of conversation. Gravelly, deliberate, amused. I glance toward the window. Henry sits at his usual table, newspaper folded, espresso in hand, legs crossed with the self-satisfaction of a man who's already read the ending and knows exactly how the story goes. He meets my gaze and smirks, not kindly, not cruelly, just knowingly. Without breaking eye contact, he begins to hum, low and slow, faint but unmistakable, the wedding march. I freeze, croissant halfway to my mouth. He doesn't laugh, doesn't speak, just hums the damn thing like it's background music to my unraveling. I swallow hard, tighten my grip on the paper bag, and shoot him a flat warning look. Henri raises his cup in a mock toast, winks, then turns the page of his paper like he didn't just rip my last shred of composure in half and leave it bleeding on the tile. I thank Seline more politely than necessary. Nod too formally. Refuse the second croissant she offers like it might cost me something I'm not ready to admit I've already lost. The bag in my hand is warm, soft, heavy, too heavy. I leave too quickly. The bell above the door laughing at me this time, and walk the street like it's on fire behind me. Henri saw the smile. Henri saw everything. The way I looked at her. The way I didn't want to stop. The way I folded like paper in the palm of her hand. If Henri saw it, how much longer until she does? How much longer until she realizes I'm not steady? Not safe? Not nearly enough? The croissant bag crinkles in my grip. I want to throw something, because I can control a business empire. But I can't control what she sees when she looks at me. And God help me, I want her to keep looking anyway. I sit in the car with the engine off, one hand resting on the steering wheel, the other gripping the paper bag like it's going to explode if I let go. The silence in here is brutal. No clatter of trays, no espresso hissing, no Henry humming Wagner like a smug little assassin. Just me, and the memory of her smile. It wasn't even a real one. Not like last night. Not like the ones she gives freely when she's barefoot and humming to herself, wrist deep in flour, lost in something she loves. But it was close enough to wreck me. I lean back against the headrest, press my fingertips to my forehead, close my eyes. The warmth from the croissant seeps through the bag into my palm. Steady. Quiet, undeniable, like her. My phone buzzes in the console, a meeting reminder. I don't check it, don't move. The only thing I can hear is the echo of her laugh from across the counter. Not even the laugh itself, just the way it made the air shift, the way it lodged under my ribs like it belonged there. This was supposed to be controlled, contained, a favor, a fix, a solution. And the whole damn thing was my idea. But I'm not thinking about immigration paperwork right now. I'm not thinking about contracts or strategy or tax benefits. I'm thinking about her, and that's the problem. Because I can't want this, can't want her, not like this. But the damage is done, and I know it. Because the second she smiled at me over the counter like I hadn't broken her, the second I smiled back, it was already over.
Chapter 19. Seline. We walk side by side, our footsteps matching rhythm over cobblestone. The morning is cool, crisp enough that the coffee cup in my hand feels like a lifeline. Lucien's coat brushes my arm now and then, soft and silent, like the whole city's pretending not to notice how close we're standing. He murmurs something dry about a cluster of tourists arguing over boat schedules. I laugh, softly, without meaning to, and he smirks like he's proud of himself. It's easy. I let myself sink into it, into the illusion that this is real, that we're just a couple in Paris on a sunny morning, walking along the Seine like we're not orbiting 1,000 unspoken things. His fingers graze mine once, and I don't pull away. For half a second, I let myself forget. And that's when she appears, like fate in heels. She rounds the corner like she owns it. Tall, sleek, the kind of woman who wears silk-like skin and moves like she doesn't apologize for anything. "Oh mon Dieu, Lucien," she coos. Before I can process it, she's in his arms. A kiss lands on one cheek, then the other. Close. Too close. Her laugh is low and polished, like champagne poured too slowly. The scent of her perfume hits me a second later. Citrusy, sharp, and stupidly expensive. It wraps around us like smoke. Lucien stiffens just slightly, polite, controlled, but he doesn't pull back. Not fast enough. I don't know what I feel. Something hot and cold at once. Something sharp lodged just beneath my ribs. My fingers tighten around my coffee cup. Too hard, too quiet. I don't speak. I don't move. But I feel everything. And it's so much worse than I expected. I smile. Or at least, I try to. It's the kind of smile you give strangers at weddings or people you owe money. Tight, shiny, a little cracked around the edges. I don't say anything. Don't make a sound. But inside, I'm vibrating. The woman, Clara, I think he called her, has her hand on his arm like she's claiming it, like she's done it before, like she knows what it's like to be let in, not just tolerated. I shift my weight to my other foot, cross my arms, then uncross them, tuck my hair behind my ear like that'll fix the knot in my chest. I look away, then back, and hate myself for it, because it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. This is fake. A game. A convenience. So why does it feel like someone just cracked a rib with their bare hands? I feel his eyes before I see them, like pressure against my skin. When I look up, he's already watching me. Not politely, not with that smooth, unreadable veneer he gives the world. This look is different. Hot, sharp, unfiltered. There's something dark flickering behind his expression. Not surprise, not amusement. Something closer to satisfaction. Possession. Like he likes that I'm jealous. Like it confirms something he's been trying not to say out loud. Clara says something in French, her voice sweet and effortless, but he doesn't turn his head, doesn't blink. His gaze is still on me, only me. And I don't know what scares me more. The fact that I want him to keep looking. Or the fact that he already was. Clara finally drifts off, her goodbye airy and insincere. Like we're background noise to whatever important thing she's off to next. Lucien's nod is clipped. Professional. But his jaw's tight. His hands flex once at his sides. We start walking again. Like movement can drown whatever just cracked the air between us. Neither of us says a word, but it's loud. The tension doesn't ease. It spreads. I feel it in the space between our arms, in the echo of her perfume still clinging to his coat, in the way he matches my steps too precisely. His shoulder brushes mine. Not by accident. Not anymore. We pass under a tree where the wind catches a burst of pink petals, scattering them across the path like confetti. Lucien slows. So do I. Without looking at me, his voice low, dry, and devastating, he says, "You didn't like that." Not a question, a fact. My pulse stutters. I want to deny it, laugh it off, make a joke about how convincing jealousy, is good for immigration optics, but I can't seem to find my voice. And even if I could, I think he'd see right through it. I glance up. He's looking at me again, not like he wants to win, like he's already won something he doesn't know how to hold. And suddenly, I know this isn't pretend. Not anymore. Not for me. And judging by the weight in his eyes, not for him either.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 20. Lucien. I come downstairs for something unimportant. Water, a light I forgot to switch off. A restless impulse disguised as purpose. But then I hear it dot of music. Low, warm, something jazzy and scratched at the edges. Sinatra or Simone. Something that doesn't care whether it's played clean. I round the corner and stop in the doorway of the kitchen. And there she is. Seline. Barefoot on the tile, her hair down in messy waves, wild and weightless. She's dancing. Not for anyone, not for anything. Just moving. Hips swaying, eyes half closed, a whisk clutched in one hand like a microphone. She's humming. Off-key. Terribly. And it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. The light above the stove glows golden against her skin. Flour dusts the counter behind her like something sacred. She laughs at herself mid-spin, a soft, unguarded sound that cracks my ribs apart. I don't move. Don't breathe. The rest of the world goes quiet around her. And something inside me, something old and cold and rigid, breaks quietly open, like glass finally surrendering to heat. This isn't lust. It isn't attraction. It's gravity. The kind you don't argue with. The kind that pulls your whole life into a new shape and doesn't ask your permission first. I drink her in. Not the way she looks, though that alone is enough to wreck me. But the way she exists. The way she fills space like she was made for it. The way she doesn't shrink. The way she doesn't perform. Just lives. Freely. Loudly. Flour on her elbow. Chocolate on her apron. Laughing like nothing is chasing her. And I realized, slowly, fully, all at once, I've been chasing this. Her. All along. I love her. Not for what she gives me. Not for what she needs from me. Not because she makes the bakery feel like a home. Not because her lips taste like sugar and rebellion. Just because she is. Seline turns and finally sees me standing there, silent in the doorway like some stunned fool. She blinks, startled, then grins, embarrassed, bashful. Oh God, how long have you been standing there? My voice comes out lower than I mean for it to. A while. She steps toward the counter, cheeks pink, still smiling. I must look ridiculous. I shake my head. You look like the reason the lights came back on. She freezes just a little, not because she's afraid, but because I think she hears it, really hears it. And I don't take it back. Not this time. She doesn't speak. Not right away. Just stands there blinking at me under the kitchen light, her fingers curled loosely around the whisk like she's forgotten it's in her hand. I cross the room slowly, no hurry. No excuses, no cold front between us this time. Each step feels heavier than it should, like I'm walking through water, gravity, time. Her eyes track me. Wide, luminous, uncertain, but not afraid. She sets the whisk down on the counter without looking. Wipes her hands on her apron even though there's nothing on them. Then whispers, "What are you doing?" I stop in front of her, close enough to feel her breath, close enough to forget every rule I ever made. "I don't know," I murmur, which is the truth, and also not. Because deep down, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm moving this thing forward, and not as a deal, not as a fix, not as a tenant, as mine. She gazes up at me like she's waiting for a storm or a miracle, and I know I'll never be the first. But God, I could try to be the second. I raise one hand, brush a thumb across her cheekbone, slow, reverent, like she'll vanish if I'm not careful. She leans into it. Just slightly. Just enough. Her mouth parts, but no sound comes out. So I give her mine. The kiss is nothing like the others. Not fast, not hungry, not laced with denial. It's slow, certain, sensual. So full of quiet, aching truth it makes my chest hurt. Her hands slide up my chest. Tentative at first, then sure. She kisses me back like she's been waiting for this version of me. The one that doesn't pretend. The one that doesn't leave. I break just far enough to speak against her lips. "You're not a deal to me!" She exhales, a tiny broken sound, like relief, like wreckage, like she's hearing what she hoped was true. "You were never just part of the plan," I say, my forehead resting against hers now. "You're the part I didn't see coming?" She laughs, a little unsteady, and then whispers, "Took you long enough." And I kiss her again, because there's nothing left to say. The music changes. Something old slips through the speaker. Scratchy, offbeat, too slow for anything except the way we're holding each other now. I don't let go, not even a little. I just rest my forehead against hers, eyes open, breathing her in. She smells like vanilla and something sharp and citrusy. Like joy had a scent and didn't care who knew it. She's still holding me, hands curled against my chest. We sway. No choreography, no rush. Just two people moving in slow circles on cool tile, pretending time doesn't exist outside these walls. Her cheek brushes my throat when she exhales. I feel it in my bones. My hands slide down to her waist, settling there like they've always belonged. Her fingers tighten, not possessive, just present. There's no tension in her shoulders, no armor left in mine. This isn't us pretending to be married. This isn't us playing house. This is us, real, undone, finally whole. I pull back just a little, enough to see her, really see her. Hair a little tangled, eyes soft, guarded only by the truth we're both trying not to say too loud. I don't need a grand confession. I don't need flowers or speeches. All I need is her, and the air between us, and the absolute certainty thudding under my ribs. I brush a thumb along her jaw, gentle as breath. Then say it, soft, low, wrecked. "You're it." Selene doesn't answer. She just closes the space between us and folds herself into me like a prayer. Her arms come around my back. Tight, certain, forever. And I know I'm never letting her go.
Chapter 21. Seline. I wake to quiet. No alarm, no footsteps, no Lucien. Just light, soft and gold, slanting through the gap in the curtains, like it knows something I don't. The sheets are still warm beside me, not hot. Just enough to say he hasn't been gone long. Not enough to hold on to. I shift slowly, soar in the way that makes me breathless for all the right reasons. My skin remembers everything. My mouth still tastes like something I can't name out loud. I reach toward the other side of the bed without thinking, and my hand lands on nothing but cool linen. No sound, no note, just absence. And it hits in the most complicated way. It's just something that stretches too wide and settles too deep. I roll onto my back and stare at the ceiling like it might offer answers. It doesn't. So I breathe, stretch, let the ache settle into my ribs like truth. The night unspools and flashes behind my eyelids. Lucien's hands, his mouth, his voice. You're it. I don't think he meant to say it out loud, but he did, and I felt it. Felt it in the way he held me after, in the way he didn't pull away, in the way he looked at me like, maybe finally. He wasn't pretending either. It terrifies me, because I've never been seen like that before, not without being asked to shrink first, not without someone wanting something back, and I'm not sure how to believe it. Not yet. But God, I want to. I find one of his shirts draped over the back of a chair, plain white, soft cotton, sleeves way too long. It smells like him. Of course it does. I slide it over my head and roll the cuffs once, twice, until I can see my fingers again. It's silly how much comfort I take in the weight of it, how much smaller the silence feels when it's wrapped around my shoulders. The apartment is maddeningly neat when I step out. Every line in place, every counter wiped, every surface untouched by the chaos of last night. But the light above the sink is still on, and the coffee pot is warm. I don't know why that makes my heart race. It just does. And then I see it, a slip of paper, folded, waiting beside the mug I used yesterday, like he wanted me to find it. My name sits on top. His handwriting, sharp, deliberate, a little impatient even on paper. Selene, that's all it says. But my heart flips anyway, then stutters. I pick it up like it might break, unfold it like it might explode, read the words like they were written in fire. Gone early, not avoiding you. Couldn't stay away too long or I'd never leave. L. It's not a sonnet, not even a full sentence technically, but it hits like a confession, like a warning, like the first thing he's ever said to me that he didn't rehearse in his head 100 times first. Lucien doesn't write notes. Lucien doesn't stay. Lucien doesn't let people in. And yet, here I am, wrapped in his shirt, drinking in his words, knowing that he meant every one of them. I sit at the counter without thinking, the note still clutched in my hand. It flutters slightly from the ceiling fan's breeze, like even it knows it shouldn't be real. Like the moment might vanish if I move too fast. There are no fireworks, no big gasp of revelation, no cinematic swell of music in my chest, just a slow, impossible bloom. A warmth I didn't invite, didn't ask for, can't name. I read it again, then again, each time slower, each time softer. Gone early, not avoiding you. Couldn't stay away too long or I'd never leave. L. I don't cry. Not really, but something catches hard at the base of my throat, tight and sudden, like my body is 2 seconds behind my heart and trying to catch up. My hands won't stop trembling, not from fear, not even from hope, but from the weight of maybe. Maybe he meant it. Maybe I wasn't the only one who fell. Maybe there's more here than timing and tension and too many layers between us. I set the note down gently, like it might tear. Reach for the coffee. Take one sip, then whisper into the silence, like I'm afraid the room might answer back. This can't be what I think it is. Because if it is, if Lucien Thorne, closed door, ice in his veins, impossible Lucien, means this, then I'm already too far gone, and I haven't a clue how to come back from it.
Chapter 22. Lucien. The club hasn't changed. Not since I was 13 and learned to sit with my back straight and my silence sharper than a knife. Everything here is curated. Polished marble underfoot, gilded sconces that give off just enough of light to feel expensive, and chandeliers that hang like judgment from the ceiling. It smells like aged paper and cologne older than the staff. The kind of place where conversations aren't had. They're sharpened, then served cold. I spot her immediately. My mother is seated by the window, back perfectly straight, one leg crossed over the other with surgical precision. A single espresso rests in front of her. No cream, no sugar, untouched. She flips through Le Monde with the disinterest of someone who already knows how the story ends. Her coat is draped across the back of the chair like it arrived before she did. She doesn't look up until I'm 3 steps away, and even then, it's not a greeting. It's a scan, top to bottom, like I'm inventory. I straighten my cuffs, smooth my tie, not because I care what she thinks, because she'll care. And I need this to go quickly. I slide into the seat across from her and brace for impact. She sets the paper down with one manicured hand. Not a sound, not even the rustle of a page. "Well," she says, folding her fingers beneath her chin, "I see your marriage is still making headlines. Charming." There it is. Not a hello, not a question. Just judgment wrapped in silk. "I hope you're being careful," she continues, tone smooth as glass. "These things tend to get messy when real feelings are confused with strategy." I don't take the bait. I won't give her the satisfaction. Instead, I reach for the menu I don't intend to use and reply, "Good morning, Mother." She smiles. It doesn't reach her eyes. "Tell me, how is your spirited little pastry chef?" I don't flinch, but I feel the word like a pin jabbed into soft skin. Spirited, meaning unacceptable. The way she says it means tacky, temporary, beneath us. "I trust Seline is settling in," she adds, the edge beneath her civility honed to a whisper. "Or is she still leaving a trail of flour through your life?" I fold the menu, set it down. I meet her eyes across the table. "She's doing well," I say, voice flat. "And she isn't leaving anything I haven't welcomed." There's a pause, small, sharp, and just like that the game begins. She stirs her espresso once, just the ritual of it, like she's buying time to decide which nerve to press next. "Lucien," she says finally, and it's not a reprimand. It's not maternal. It's strategy. "You've worked far too hard. We've worked too hard. For your name, your reputation, your future to hinge on someone who sees the world through flower and sentiment." I don't move. I don't blink. I let her speak. "Seline may be lovely. I'm sure she makes people feel welcome, that she lights up a room, that she believes in love and whimsy and whatever else fuels the kind of people who wear aprons for a living." She smiles faintly, like she's complimented Seline, like this isn't a dismantling dressed as concern. "But women like her," she continues, cool and even, "burn bright. They leave quickly. They don't last, Lucien. They teach you how to feel, yes, but they never stay to see how it ends." The burn starts in my chest, low and slow like a fuse. I grip the edge of the table with one hand. My jaw tightens so hard my molars ache. Because Seline isn't a mistake. She isn't a detour or a phase or a misstep in judgment. She's the only real thing I've touched in years, and hearing her reduced to a cautionary tale makes me feel physically ill. Mother leans in just slightly, her voice softening in that way that always means something awful is coming. "You'll thank me for the clarity eventually, when it dissolves quietly and you're free to refocus." And that's when it happens. I cut her off. Clean. Sharp. "No." The word lands flat between us, nothing raised, nothing theatrical, just enough to still the air. She lifts her brows like I've interrupted a prayer. "Lucien," she says, tone clipped. "She's not temporary," I reply, and this time my voice does shift, just slightly, just enough. The silence between us expands, and I realize I'm standing. I didn't mean to. Didn't notice when I pushed the chair back, when my body made the decision before my mouth did. But now I'm upright. My hands are steady. And I'm done pretending this doesn't matter. She blinks slowly, as if she's waiting for me to correct myself. I don't. We look at each other across the table. Me in a suit she chose, in a club she curated, speaking a truth she didn't see coming. It's the first time I've ever contradicted her directly. And it's quiet. But it's war. She doesn't argue, doesn't raise her voice. She just looks at me like I've made a poor investment, and she's already tallying the loss. You'll come to your senses, she says, like it's inevitable, like it's always just a matter of time with me. I don't respond. I've already said more than I usually do in a year of these meetings. My coffee sits in front of me, still full, still untouched. I leave it there. As I walk out, no one stops me. No one meets my eye. And I realize that I'm not expected to leave in a rush, because I've never walked out on her before. But I do. Because if I stay, I might say something I can't take back. Or worse, something that reveals just how far I've already gone. The hallway out feels colder than it should. Like it's been waiting for me to make this move. I pass a mirror and barely recognize the man looking back. His hands are steady, his spine straight, but something inside him has already slipped loose. The street outside is too loud, the light too bright. Everything hits harder than it should. Car horns, footsteps, wind slicing off the Seine like warning. I open the car door and step in without looking back. As soon as it shuts behind me, the silence rushes in, fast and full and unforgiving. I grip the steering wheel like it might steady me. It doesn't. The air inside the car feels tighter, thinner. Like I used all my oxygen arguing with someone who didn't need convincing. I close my eyes, just for a second, and I say her name. Soft. Barely there, but real. Seline. It's not a question, not a vow, just a tether dot. The only thing keeping me from falling into the part of myself that's never belonged anywhere. I rest my head back against the leather and let the quiet settle in my bones. Because if my mother's right, if Seline is just a phase, a spark, a temporary burn, then I've already made the one mistake I'm not sure I can survive. And I'm not even sorry.
Chapter 23. Selene. I stare at myself in the mirror, brush in one hand, resolve slipping fast in the other. The dress is soft, elegant, nothing too flashy, just enough to say, I belong here, even if I don't. My hair won't do what I want it to. My eyeliner's uneven, and the idea of toasting a fake anniversary in front of immigration officials makes my stomach churn harder than the cheap rose Camille dared me to shotgun in college. I slip on the heels anyway, because this is the game, and tonight we smile for the cameras. Lucien is already dressed. Dark suit, no tie. A collar open just enough to be dangerous. He leans against the doorframe, watching me with that unreadable expression I've learned to fear more than anger. I try not to fidget as I turn toward him. Do we really have to go? He doesn't sigh, doesn't scowl, just tilts his head, voice low and even. If we want this to hold, yes. That shuts me up, because he's right, but it doesn't stop my hands from trembling just enough to smear my lipstick. I fix it with too much precision, grab my coat like armor, and by the time we slip into the waiting car, I'm already exhausted from pretending I'm fine. The cab ride is quiet. Too quiet. Lucien stares out the window like he's somewhere else entirely. And me? I spend every red light wondering how the hell we ended up here. Married, sort of. Stuck, definitely. Pretending not to feel everything I swore I wouldn't let myself want. The restaurant is everything I expected. Elegant, formal, sanitized within an inch of its soul. The kind of place with fresh flowers that don't smell like anything and chairs so quiet you forget you're sitting. There's laughter, sure, but it feels like it was written down ahead of time. Lucien's greeted like an old friend, polite nods, air kisses, a few too warm chuckles from men in wool blazers who probably think Seline Carr is a brand, not a person. We're introduced as an exceptional example of cross-cultural partnership and integration. I almost laugh, almost, but I smile instead, because that's the job tonight. Lucien says all the right things about collaboration, about his support for culinary apprenticeships, about his passion for bridging global traditions. I say nothing unless spoken to, smile when I'm looked at, and grip my wine glass a little too tightly beneath the table. Every word tastes like soap. Every toast feels like a lie. I glance at Lucien once, just once. He's nodding, engaged, calm, like he hasn't been slowly unraveling in front of me for weeks. And I wonder, just for a second, how many times we've smiled like this, how many times we've made them believe it. And if either of us remembers where the performance ends and the truth begins anymore. Halfway through the third course, I reach for my water, anything to anchor me, and feel it. His hand, brushing mine, just once, just enough to catch my breath where it doesn't belong. I freeze, like someone hit a switch and all the background noise drops away. He doesn't glance over, doesn't shift in his seat or acknowledge it with so much as a breath. But then his hand finds my knee, quietly. No fanfare, no heat, just pressure. Steady, present, real. It's not overt, not even remotely inappropriate, but my pulse spikes like he's kissed me right here in front of a room full of government officials. I don't look at him, can't, because I know if I do, I'll unravel faster than the threadbare napkin still clenched in my lap. It's the first real thing that's happened all night. And suddenly, I can't breathe. The dinner ends with applause, a toast, some polite promises about following up with media coverage and community outreach. We shake hands, say thank you, smile like royalty, and glide out of there like we haven't been lying with every breath. As soon as we hit the sidewalk, the tension breaks, not with words, but with movement. Fast, quiet, like two actors slipping off stage before the curtain can fall dot. The air is colder than I expected. Or maybe I'm just overheating from everything unsaid. Lucien doesn't speak. Neither do I. But our shoulders bump as we walk. Once, then again. He doesn't pull away. I don't apologize. There's something electric running under my skin, sharp and stupid and terrifying. In the car, we don't sit far enough apart. Not quite touching, but not doing a damn thing to fix it either. Our hands brush once, knuckles grazing, and neither of us moves. It's fake. We both know that. It's always been fake. But right now it feels dangerously real again. And I have no idea what to do with that. We're still laughing when we reach the door. Not big, wild laughter, just the quiet kind. Soft and sticky and a little slurred around the edges from wine and adrenaline. I lean into him for a second while he unlocks the top bolt, steadying myself like the floor is just a little too far away. It feels good, almost normal. Like this could be a thing we do. Date nights and soft kisses and awkward cab rides where neither of us knows who's supposed to make the first move. But then the door swings open, and it's there. A stack of mail fanned out in a sloppy arc. Flyers, envelopes, a takeout menu for a place we've never been. And one thing that doesn't belong, an envelope. Thick, off-white, no name, no stamp, just sitting there like it made itself comfortable waiting for us. I reach down to grab it, but Lucien moves faster, too fast. He plucks it from the pile like it's glass and closes the door with his foot in the same motion. No words, No sound, just that shift in the air, quick and sharp, like the drop before a storm breaks. I watch him tear the envelope open. His hands don't shake. That, somehow, makes it worse. He pulls out a single glossy photo, looks at it, doesn't speak. He turns it toward me. It's me, standing outside the bakery, laughing, not posed, not filtered, just caught. In the middle of a moment I didn't know was being taken, and over my face, drawn in red ink, a single question mark, no note, no explanation, just that. Me, marked. My chest caves in on itself. I try to say something, anything, but my voice doesn't work right, doesn't want to come out. Lucien's jaw tightens. His body doesn't move, but I can feel it change, like something in him just slid into place. Cold, controlled, terrifying in its stillness. He folds the photo once, just once, and says nothing. But I can feel it radiating off him. This is no longer pretend. This is something else. And someone out there just made it very, very real.
Chapter 24. Lucien. I don't speak. Not when I close the door. Not when I drop the photo on the table, face down like that will somehow undo it. I just move. Call Clement first. My voice stays even, clipped. Yes, I need a sweep. Yes, it's urgent. No, I won't discuss it on the phone. The locks are next. I messaged the building manager with exact instructions. New bolts, reinforced plates, passcode reset by morning. I don't wait for a response. I don't need permission. I log into the Petit Soleil delivery portal and change every route to daytime hours only. The nighttime drop-offs are done. No more solo pre-dawn shifts. No more chances. The entire process takes 9 minutes. 9 minutes to pull every lever I have. It's not frantic. It's mechanical. There's no room in this moment for fear. Fear slows you down. Fear leaves cracks. And I can't afford cracks. Not when someone out there already knows where to look. She trails behind me through the apartment like a storm gathering heat. Quiet at first, then sharp and full of questions. Lucien, she says, somewhere between the living room and the kitchen. Can you tell me what that was? Who would even... I don't answer, just keep going. Was it someone from your family? She presses, voice rising. An ex? Someone connected to the restaurant? I open the drawer by the sink and pull out the spare keys. They rattle like accusation. Lucien, she says again, stepping closer. You're shutting me out, and I don't know why. If you know something, you need to tell me. It's precautionary, I say flatly. My voice doesn't lift, doesn't crack, just lands, cold and clean. She blinks. That's not an answer. I'm handling it. She folds her arms, her body pulled tight with disbelief. Handling what exactly? Someone stalked me, took my photo, and slid it under our damn door. That's not precaution, that's personal. I meet her eyes for a second, one long second. It's a mistake because she looks terrified. Not in a falling apart kind of way. Seline doesn't fall apart, but in the way someone does when they start realizing they're on the outside of something they should be inside of. I drop my gaze first, not because I'm afraid of her, because I'm afraid of what I'd say if I let myself keep looking. There's no need to panic, I murmur, softer now. Just adjustments. Seline shakes her head like she's trying to make sense of another language. You can't decide what I panic over. She's right. She's always right when it matters most. But I don't say that. I just set the keys on the counter and walk away, not because I don't hear her, but because I do. And if I tell her what I think I know, if I say the name sitting heavy in my chest, I can't take it back. And I'm not ready to break us open like that. Not yet. It's late when I hear her footsteps again. Soft, hesitant. The kind of steps you take when you're not sure if you're interrupting someone or walking into something fragile. I'm standing in the kitchen with the lights off. The city hums faintly through the windows, but it's the only sound. I haven't touched the scotch in my glass. Don't think I will. I don't turn when she steps into the doorway. Don't breathe differently. Just let her find me how I am. Quiet, still, unraveling in silence. She doesn't ask this time. Doesn't press. She just crosses the floor slowly, reaches for my hand, and wraps her fingers around mine. I let her. I pull her in. And when I kiss her, I do it like a man cataloging something he knows he's about to lose. Not rough. Not demanding. Just deep and quiet, and laced with desperation I don't want her to taste. Her hand curls against my chest. Tell me, she whispers, breath warm against my mouth. Tell me what you're not saying. I kiss her again. Harder this time. Not out of hunger, but because if I speak, the wrong thing will come out. If I open that door, I won't be able to shut it again. Maybe not ever. Later, after we've curled into each other in the dark like we're trying to pretend this day didn't happen, she asks again. Not with words, with a look. That calm, quiet look that always finds the place I'm hiding. So I lie. It's just protocol, I murmur, brushing her hair back from her face. Temporary. Clement's doing me a favor. It's more about optics than anything else. She holds my gaze for a long, excruciating moment. Doesn't call me on it. But her eyes flicker. Just once. Like something in her pulled back before I could stop it. I kiss her forehead, pull her closer. Everything's fine, I say. Selene nods, and I pretend not to notice that she doesn't press into me the way she did before. I feel the retreat. I feel her slipping an inch away. And I let her, because if I admit how close this is to spiraling, how far we've already fallen, I'll lose whatever grip I have left, so I hold her tighter instead. Like that's enough. Like that will keep her safe, even if the truth says otherwise. After she's asleep, I sit at the table in the same chair where I opened the envelope hours ago. The photo is still there, face down now, edge curled slightly like it's been handled too many times. I flip it over slowly, as if this time it might show me something different. It doesn't. There she is, caught mid-laugh outside the bakery, head tilted, curls haloed in light, vulnerable, beautiful, mine. And above it all, that crude red question mark. Whoever sent this didn't want to make a statement. They wanted to leave a mark, a warning, a game. I studied the grain, the angle, the clarity. It was taken from across the street. Long lens, high resolution. Not amateur work. It wasn't random. It wasn't curious. It was deliberate. I know who took it. Or at least, I know who paid for it. The name sits in my throat like gravel, dry and jagged. Ready to cut. I won't say it. Not out loud, not even in my head. Because once I name it, it becomes real. And if it becomes real, I have to do something I'm not ready for. Choose between protecting Seline or burning every bridge I've spent my entire life pretending I didn't care about crossing. She's curled under the blanket when I slip back into the bedroom, one arm bent beneath her cheek, lashes dark against her skin. She doesn't wake. But when the mattress dips, she shifts in her sleep and curls into me like it's instinct. Her hand rests lightly against my chest. I cover it with mine, not for warmth, not even for closeness, but for confirmation that she's still here, still reachable, that nothing has been taken. Yet. I press my lips to her hair, close my eyes against the sound of her breathing. I've got you, I whisper, and I mean it. But the truth sits in my chest like a blade I can't quite dislodge, because I don't know if I can keep her, not without losing everything else. And tonight, for the first time, I realize I'd risk it, all of it, if I knew she'd still be here in the morning.
Chapter 25. Seline. I crack 2 eggs into the pan and pretend my hands aren't shaking. The skillet sizzles like it's trying to fill the silence between us, but it doesn't. Nothing does. The whole kitchen feels like it's been drained of color, like it's stuck holding its breath. Lucien sits at the edge of the counter, coffee going cold in his hands. He hasn't taken a sip. He hasn't said a word. And I'm tired of pretending I don't notice. I sprinkle sea salt like I care, like I'm just cooking breakfast and not trying to hold myself together with cracked yolk and half-slept hope. "Do you know who sent the photo?" I ask, without turning around. Silence. "I'm handling it." That's all he says. Nothing more. Not a name. Not a clue. Not even a shift in his tone. Just those 3 words. Like I'm a project. Like I'm a building code violation in one of his perfect restaurants. Something to be handled. I turn off the stove and step away, letting the eggs sit there unfinished, forgotten. I cross my arms tight across my chest and stare at the window, watching rain streak down the glass in slow silvery lines. I don't speak, because if I do, I'll scream. He follows me. I hear the soft pad of his footsteps behind me and brace for whatever carefully measured half-truth he's about to offer next. I turn before he can open his mouth. "You say you've got me," I snap, voice tight, cracking just at the edges. "But you won't even talk to me." Lucien's jaw tightens, but he doesn't respond right away. Of course he doesn't. He's always calculating, always 5 moves ahead. Except when it comes to feelings. Then he folds like a bad poker hand. I press forward. "You don't let me in, you don't tell me what you're thinking, and you sure as hell don't treat me like someone who matters when things go sideways. I'm not your tenant. I'm not your liability. I'm your—" I don't finish the sentence. I don't know how. His voice slices through the silence, low and rough and nothing like the man who usually controls every syllable that leaves his mouth. "You think I don't lie awake every night, imagining what could happen if I lose you?" The words stop me cold. There's a beat of silence between us, so sharp I can feel it in the base of my throat. Lucien steps closer, his expression unreadable, like even he doesn't know what to do with the truth he just let slip. And now it's out there. Between us, not the photo, not the threat, but this. Us, hanging by a thread neither of us knows how to untangle. I don't grab an umbrella. I don't grab my coat, just my bag, my shoes, and the last shred of pride I have left. The door slams behind me harder than I mean it to. The rain hasn't started yet, but the sky hangs low, gray and swollen, like it's been holding its breath just as long as I have. I make it halfway down the block before the first drop hits, cold against the back of my neck, then the next, then all of it. By the time I hit the corner, it's pouring, the kind that soaks through in seconds, heavy and unapologetic. I don't stop. I walk fast, head down, trying to breathe past the knot in my throat, the heat behind my eyes. I will not cry, not here, not because of him, not when I don't even know what I'm crying for. Seline. His voice cuts through the sound of the rain, closer than I expected, rawer than I'm ready for. I freeze in front of the old shuttered bookstore across from the metro. Turn. Lucien's there, soaked, rain dripping from his lashes, breath ragged like he's been running. He says my name again, quieter this time, like it cost him something. And that's it. That's all it takes. "You don't get to follow me like that," I snap, voice sharp and trembling. "You don't get to shut me out and then show up like this." His jaw flexes. "I wasn't going to let you walk off alone. Not now." "Why? Because it's dangerous? Because I might do something you can't control?" "I'm trying to protect you." "No," I cut in, stepping forward, rain slicking down my face like tears I refuse to shed. "You're trying to manage me." He exhales slow and shaky. "I'm trying to keep you safe." That's not the same thing. We're inches apart now, the kind of too close that feels like either kissing or shouting and nothing in between. "You're pushing me away," I say, quieter now, the words slipping out before I can stop them. You say all the right things, Lucien, but every time it matters, you treat me like I'm breakable. Or worse, irrelevant. He flinches, and then he cracks. I'm scared, Seline. I blink. I'm scared, he says again, voice low, soaked in something I've never heard from him before. You think I've got all the answers, but I don't. I'm not built for this, for feelings, for, he breaks off, like the next word might ruin him, for losing people. Lightning flashes somewhere behind him. Thunder follows a second later, loud enough to rattle the air between us. Neither of us moves. You think I don't wake up every day with my chest in knots because I know I can't promise you this ends well? His voice catches. Because I've never had anything I was this scared to lose before. Not once. Not ever. The words steal my breath. The rain steals the rest. The silence after his confession is louder than the thunder. He's just standing there, soaked to the bone, looking at me like I'm not something he wants, but something he needs, something he's terrified to need. I take a step forward. He doesn't move. I don't know who reaches first. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's me. Maybe we both move at once because we've been moving toward this since the moment he walked into Petit Soleil like a storm in a tailored coat. When we kiss, it isn't sweet. It's not careful. It's wildfire. His mouth crashes into mine like we're both falling and trying to stop the landing with our teeth. My hands fist in his shirt, soaked and clinging. His arms are around me before I can breathe, hauling me against him like it's reflex, like we're built to fit this way and have just been waiting for permission. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.romance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 26. Lucien. The rain hasn't stopped. It thrums against the windows like a living thing, steady, relentless, cocooning us in sound. The glass fogs from the inside, a sheen of heat and breath and everything we didn't say before we tore each other apart out there in the street. Selene is curled beside me, half on her stomach, one bare leg draped over the sheets, her spine a lazy arc of sleep. Her hair still damp, fanned across the pillow like a dark halo. She's breathing in slow, even waves, lips parted just enough to make me wonder what kind of dreams could soften her like that. I should sleep. God knows I need it. But I can't stop looking at her. There's a pink smudge on her collarbone, another at the hollow of her throat. My mark, my mouth, my hands. I know where every one of those bruises came from because I put them there like someone desperate to leave proof. Proof she was mine, even just for a night. I trail my gaze down the gentle slope of her shoulder, past the place where the sheet dips and her skin glows against the ambient light. I don't touch her. I don't dare. If I touch her now, I won't survive what comes next. Because this is the part I never let myself want, the part where she stays. And that's the problem. Because I've never wanted anything this much in my life. Not the restaurants, not the family name, not the polished, frozen legacy carved out of other people's expectations. This? Her. It's not want. It's need. And I don't think I can live with that. The storm outside surges, wind rattling somewhere along the balcony rail, and still I lie there, still, silent, wide awake. I tell myself to breathe. I tell myself to stop thinking about the way she looked when she came apart beneath me, the way she kissed me like she meant it, the way she whispered my name like it was safe in her mouth. But I can't unsee it, can't unfeel it. Out there in the rain, it wasn't about control. It wasn't about performance. It wasn't even about fear. It was the truth. I would burn for her. I would sacrifice the name, the calm, The rules I've spent a lifetime carving into stone. I would tear this entire life apart, brick by perfect brick, if it meant she stayed safe, if it meant she stayed at all. And it's not strategy. It's not reason. It's possession. Not the kind that cages her, the kind that claims her. Because she's already inside me, in the marrow. And now I have no idea how to let her go without tearing something vital loose. I reach for her without thinking. Fingertips to the inside of her wrist. Barely there. Just enough to feel the soft pulse underneath her skin. Proof of life. Proof of her. She doesn't stir. I stare at her face, relaxed and open, the edge of her mouth twitching like she's dreaming something warm, something I don't deserve to be in. The photo flashes behind my eyes, the angle, the timing, the mark drawn over her face. Someone followed her, watched her, stood close enough to take that shot and get away with it. And I didn't see it coming. My stomach twists, tight and sick and sharp. Not because I'm afraid of whoever sent it. No, it's her I'm afraid of. What happens when she finds out the truth? What I suspect. Who I suspect. Because if I say the name, and if I open that door, she'll leave. She'll walk away from this. From me. And I won't survive that. Not this time. Not when she's already inside my bloodstream, tangled in every breath like she's always belonged there. I can take the threat. I can't take losing her. So I make the only move I know how to make. I let go of her wrist. And I get out of bed. The kitchen is dark, slick with stormlight and quiet regret. I don't bother with the lights. I grab my phone off the counter, scroll to Clement's name, and press call. He picks up on the third ring. Thorne! Pull back. There's a pause on the other end. What? We're done. Shut it down. Another pause. Longer. You're serious? He asks, voice tightening. Dead serious. That's not smart. We're close to identifying. I said pull back! Lucien. It's too risky. I keep my voice flat, cold, like I'm talking about a spreadsheet. We don't escalate. She has a right to know what she's walking into. Oh. No. She has a right to be safe. That's not the same thing. He exhales, sharp and frustrated, but says nothing else. Just ends the call. And just like that, it's done. The last thread tugging us toward the truth. Cut. I stare at the phone screen still lit up in my palm and wonder if I just saved her or condemned us both. I pace the length of the living room barefoot, phone still in my hand, city lights blinking across the floor like static. The storm hasn't let up. Neither have I. She doesn't need to know, I say aloud, voice low and bitter with self-defense. Not yet. I tell myself it's mercy. That silence is safety. That the less she knows, the better I can protect her. That if I keep the shadows at bay long enough, they'll forget where she lives. It sounds good. Clean. Tactical. It sounds like something my father might have said before twisting it into a warning. I whisper it again. She doesn't need to know. And again. She doesn't... But the words fall apart in my mouth, soft and broken. My hands won't stop shaking. I clench them at my sides, then scrub them over my face like it might erase what I just did, what I just chose. It doesn't. The weight is still there, heavier than before. I've made worse decisions, harsher ones, but this one will cost me something real, and I know it. When I finally slip back into the bedroom, the light from the hallway catches on her face. She's turned toward my pillow, one hand curled near her chin, just waiting for me. I ease in beside her, trying not to shift the mattress, but she stirs anyway, half asleep, soft and disarmed. Her body finds mine without thinking. She burrows in, face against my chest, mumbling something unintelligible into my skin. My arms wrap around her like muscle memory, like instinct, like prayer. I kiss her hair, breathe her in, let her settle over the chaos like a balm I don't deserve. She quiets almost instantly, but I don't close my eyes, because the weight in my chest hasn't lifted. It's shifted, and it's something darker now, something I can't outrun, because I crossed a line tonight, and she doesn't know it yet, but she will. And when she does, God help me.
Chapter 27. Seline. The bakery is already humming when I step out of the back room, apron tied high. Fingers dusted in sugar and nervous adrenaline, Camille's hung string lights along the front windows, little golden orbs that cast a soft halo over the pastry case. Henri is holding court near the espresso machine with a flute of non-alcoholic champagne and a smug grin, declaring this a miracle of butter, ambition, and God's clearly superior daughter. I didn't ask who he meant. I didn't need to. There are tarte tatins cooling in rows, madeleines stacked like fan-shaped confetti, and a lemon lavender cake wearing fresh flowers like a crown. The chalkboard Camille illustrated has the words Trois ans de soleil scrawled in pink and gold, surrounded by delicate hand-drawn croissants and miniature suns. I moved through it all like someone watching their own dream happen from the outside. 3 years. 3 years of early mornings and burnt ganache and aching wrists and praying to gods I'm not even sure I believe in. And somehow, we made it. I hand a shy little girl a raspberry macaron the size of her palm. I laugh at Henri's over-the-top toast. I even let Camille swipe gold shimmer across my cheekbones, though I draw the line at glitter lip gloss. And in the middle of it all, I realize this is mine. Not borrowed, not conditional, not pretend. Mine. And I want to hold on to that feeling with both hands before the world finds a way to pry it loose. The bell over the door chimes like it knows something I don't. And then he's there. Lucien. Coat undone, collar casually askew like he got caught in a wind that had the decency to leave him beautiful. He's holding a bouquet that looks like it came from a florist who charges extra just to make you cry. Ranunculus and buttercream yellow. Pale roses blushed with soft pink. And one single stem of lilac tucked in like a secret. My heart does something entirely unreasonable. Not because of the way he looks, though Jesus, that doesn't help, but because he's smiling, not the careful one. Not the clipped one that means he's hiding something, a real one. Full, crooked, warm. Like someone who walked in knowing exactly how to make me forget how to breathe. Even Camille stops mid-sentence. Henri actually lowers his glass. Lucien's eyes scan the bakery, taking in the people, the food, the mess of joy bubbling over the countertop. Then they land on me, and everything else disappears. He walks toward me like the room belongs to us, holds out the flowers and says, quietly, "Happy anniversary, Petit Soleil." I take them with fingers that don't feel like mine, stunned and undone in equal measure. For one perfect second, I forget. Forget the photo. Forget the tension. Forget every wall I've been trying to rebuild. Because when he looks at me like that, I almost believe I'm safe. Henri clinks his espresso cup against the stem of Camille's wine glass like he's about to knight someone. "Mes amis," he declares, already puffed with pride. "I propose a toast to our dear Madame du Sucre, the pastry queen of Rue de l'Espoir. May her croissants stay buttery and her temper only semi-lethal." Laughter ripples across the bakery like ribbon unspooling. Lucien steps forward before I can deflect with a joke. He takes the space without hesitation. Easy, confident, magnetic in the way that always makes me feel like I'm standing at the edge of something high and dangerous. His voice cuts through the clatter, low and measured. To the woman who gave Paris 3 years of butter, joy, and criminally underpriced macarons. He lifts his glass and looks straight at me when he says it. Petit Soleil, indeed. The crowd erupts. Camille makes an exaggerated swooning gesture. Even Henri lifts his espresso with something resembling reverence. I laugh, flustered and warm all over, my face hot enough to melt chocolate. I can't meet Lucien's eyes. He leans in anyway, presses a kiss to my temple that feels so impossibly real I forget, for half a second, that any of this was ever supposed to be pretend. He smells like bergamot and rain, like something I could let myself belong to. Everyone cheers again, but just under the warmth, just behind the sparkle of champagne and string lights and clinking glasses, something inside me whispers, "Watch him." It's subtle. The shift. I don't even see him leave at first. I just glance toward the window and catch the outline of his back through the glass, coat fluttering slightly, phone pressed to his ear. There's tension in the line of his shoulders, not the usual stiff elegance, something sharper, coiled, contained. I'm not trying to follow him, not really. I'm holding a tray of champagne flutes, making the rounds, thanking customers. My feet just drift that way, toward the back kitchen, toward the alley door where the cooler air slips in like a whisper. I'm not thinking, just moving. And then I hear it. His voice. Low, tight. The Lucien he becomes when he thinks no one's listening. "Clement," I said, "shut it down. That wasn't a suggestion." My blood stills. My feet freeze behind the kitchen door, the tray wobbling slightly in my grip. Clement. The name hits like a switch flipped inside my brain. The photo. The lock change. The sudden delivery rule. The friend who was just helping with optics. Lucien's tone isn't clinical. It's not annoyed. It's not composed. It's panic, dressed up in command, laced with something urgent and frayed at the edges. I step back from the door before he sees me, set the tray down on the prep table, hand shaking more than I want to admit, because I know that voice. I've heard that version of him, just never aimed at someone who wasn't me. Whatever's going on, it's not over. And now I'm sure of something I didn't want to believe until this exact moment. Lucien Thorne is hiding something, and it has everything to do with me. He says my name, not loud, not soft, just afraid, like it escaped him, like it cost something. It's not the tone that undoes me, it's the fact that I know it. I know what Lucien sounds like when he's amused, when he's calculating, when he's furious, and hiding it behind that glacier-cool voice. But this is new. This is fear shaped like possession. I don't hear what he says next. I don't need to. The tray in my hands wobbles, glass flutes clinking like a warning bell. I catch it before anything topples, but not fast enough. A line of champagne fizzes over the rim and puddles onto the floor, bubbles bursting in a soft, mocking hiss. No one notices. They're all too busy laughing at something Henri said or crowding around Camille's cake reveal. Lucien doesn't notice either, because he's still on the other side of that door, finishing his call, his voice clipped now, businesslike again. Armor back on. I press both hands to the stainless steel table, palms flat. I stare at my reflection in the surface until it blurs, because I don't want to believe what I just heard, but I did. And it's not nothing, it's everything. When Lucien steps back into the bakery, it's like watching someone slip into a costume. Coat off, sleeves rolled, smile easy, practiced, devastating. He moves through the room like a host at his own private gala, charming the regulars, laughing with Camille, pretending this is all just delightful, like he's not unraveling the world from the inside out behind those polished eyes. My stomach coils, because I don't trust that smile anymore, not the way I used to. He makes his way to me, threads through the crowd like it's nothing, and leans down to brush a kiss across my cheek. Soft, light, not a performance for anyone else. "You were incredible today," he murmurs, voice like velvet and clean steel. I force a smile, nod, say thank you. But something behind my ribs has already started to tighten, something old and cautious that I thought I'd put to rest when I let him in. Because that kiss was gentle, that compliment was kind. But the man who gave them, he's hiding something. And the worst part, he's hiding it from me.
Chapter 28. Lucien. The apartment is too quiet, not the peaceful kind, not the hush that wraps around us when she's baking at midnight or curled beside me with her head on my chest. The silence is deliberate, weighted, like it's been held in a clenched fist for hours, waiting to be opened. I round the corner from the hallway and see her standing in the living room. One of my shirts hangs to mid-thigh, sleeves pushed up over her elbows. Her hair's still damp from the shower, half tucked behind one ear, half falling across her face. She doesn't look surprised to see me. Just ready for whatever this is about to become. She doesn't sit, doesn't shift her weight, doesn't blink. I don't speak either. Not yet. The windows behind her throw our reflections back at me, hers straight and still, mine shadowed and slightly turned away. The tension has a texture. It clings to my skin, threads between my ribs, and then she says it. Not loudly, not even cold. Who's Clément? Her voice lands like a scalpel, precise, measured, terrifying in its restraint. I straighten my cuffs without thinking, a reflex I can't seem to unlearn. Security, I say. Old contact. He was helping. With the photo, it's handled. Her brows lift by degrees. Not in shock, more like disbelief being quietly filed under confirmation. Handled, she repeats. Like the locked deliveries, the sudden surveillance, the emergency protocols I wasn't told about? I hold her gaze. Don't flinch. Don't soften. I didn't want to worry you. She exhales through her nose. The kind of breath that doesn't release anything. It just rearranges the heat. You didn't want to worry me, she echoes, quieter this time. So you lied instead. There's no venom in it. That would be easier. This is disappointment. Measured, clean, and worse than any fight we've had before. She steps closer, and I brace like she's about to swing a hammer. But she doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't touch me. She just stands there, barefoot, steady, impossibly real, and waits for me to tell the truth. I don't. Not all of it. Because even now, I can't give her the thing she's asking for. Not without risking everything I haven't said. She doesn't yell, doesn't fold her arms or pace or throw anything. She just looks at me like she's trying to understand something that doesn't want to be understood. Like she's standing in the dark and waiting for the light to stop flickering. Her voice is quiet when it comes, frustratingly calm. That's what makes it hit harder than it should. You promised to keep me safe, she says. But how can I trust you if I don't even know what you're fighting? I open my mouth, but no words follow. My throat tightens around all of it. The lies, the half-truths, the names I won't say. The things I'm trying to protect her from and the things I know will destroy her if I let them in. Because the truth isn't a thread I can pull gently. It's not something I can dose out in careful pieces. It's a live wire. It's a detonation. And if I speak it aloud even once, it won't just implicate the man I think is behind that photo. It'll expose everything I've done to keep her at arm's length, every act of control masquerading as protection, every choice I made without her consent, every line I crossed because I thought love looked like silence and sacrifice. I look at her and feel the floor tilt, because she deserves the truth. But I can't give it without losing her. So I say nothing, and that's when she steps closer, not charging, not threatening, just closer. Her bare feet don't make a sound on the hardwood, but the air shifts between us anyway, tightens like a thread pulled taut between 2 points. She places her palm gently against my chest, fingers splayed over my shirt like she's anchoring herself to something she's afraid might disappear. My heart hammers against her touch. Loud, obvious, disloyal. If I'm not worth the truth, her voice catches, just slightly, like the words scrape on the way out. What am I worth to you? I stop breathing, not because I don't know the answer, because I do. And that's what makes it hurt. It's not a trap. It's not a weapon. It's just her, asking the question no one's ever dared to ask me. The one I've spent years making sure no one ever would. And the look on her face, open, exhausted, heartbreak flickering just beneath the surface, is a sharper blade than any threat I've ever faced in business, in family, in life. She doesn't look angry. She looks like she's trying not to fall apart in front of me. And all I can do is stand there and let her hand rest against my ribs, against every lie I've built this relationship on. The silence between us isn't silent at all. It screams. I don't answer her, because there's nothing I can say that won't shatter this moment beyond repair. Nothing honest that won't make her pull her hand back. Nothing soft enough to wrap around the razor edge of what I've done. So I kiss her. Not out of seduction, not even out of apology. It's something else entirely. A slow, quiet unraveling. My hands come up to cradle her face, careful like I'm afraid she'll crack if I touch her wrong. Her skin is warm beneath my palms. Her breath hitches. She leans in. And for a suspended breath between worlds, she kisses me back. It's not fiery like the first time, or desperate like in the rain. It's intimate in a way that terrifies me, because it's not about hunger. It's about hope. Her fingers curl into the front of my shirt, just once before sliding over my ribs like she's grounding herself. But the tension between us doesn't ease. It just settles into something heavier, something quieter. She thinks I kissed her instead of lying. But the truth is, I kissed her instead of confessing. And we both know it. When she rests her forehead against mine, I close my eyes like that will make it stop mattering. It doesn't. She falls asleep against my chest hours later, soft breaths rising and falling in rhythm with the storm still lingering somewhere outside. But I'm wide awake. The ceiling above us doesn't blur or shift. It stares back, quiet, accusatory, and the guilt doesn't move. It just sits there, an immovable weight pressing down on my lungs, tightening every time I remember how close she stood, how steady her voice was when she asked if she was worth the truth. I didn't answer. I couldn't, now that silence feels louder than anything I've ever said. I press a kiss to her hair, soft, reverent, useless. I'm trying, I whisper, barely breathing the words. But in the hollow echo of the dark, it doesn't sound like enough. Not for her. Not for this. And I'm not sure many more lies this love can survive.
Chapter 29. Seline. The smell of orange zest hits first, sharp and bright, curling through the warm, sweet air like a ribbon. I've got Billy on in the corner, that old jazz speaker humming like it's alive, and flowers scattered everywhere like I'm hosting some kind of powdered sugar baptism. My apron's crooked. My sleeves are rolled up past my elbows. There's butter softening by the window, and my fingers are deep in dough, folding, pressing, smoothing. I don't even have to think about the movements anymore. My body remembers even when my brain doesn't want to. I let myself breathe. There's something sacred about mornings like this, before the storefront opens, before Camille starts in with her espresso-fueled chaos, before Lucien's voice or touch or secrets crawl back under my skin. Here, with a whisk in one hand and batter cooling behind me, I almost feel like myself again. I hum off-key, laugh a little when flour puffs into the air and dusts the tip of my nose. Everything smells like sugar and possibility, and I pretend, for just a heartbeat, that this is enough. That I'm not waiting for the other shoe to drop. Camille bursts in around mid-morning, trailing the scent of rain, espresso, and freshly sharpened opinions. Bonjour, Madame Baker/celebrity in training, she calls, dropping her oversized tote onto the prep table with a thud. I come bearing caffeine, local gossip, and 6 pounds of boring adult correspondence. Bless you, I mumble around a mouthful of raw dough, reaching for the espresso she slides my way. She starts flipping through envelopes, narrating like it's a cooking show. Bill. Ooh, maybe a lawsuit. Fun. Oh, and something from immigration. My stomach doesn't even flinch at first. I'm in too deep with the mixer, the recipe, the rhythm of this safe little cocoon I've built. Toss it on the counter, I say, wiping my hands on a towel. I'll deal with it later. The stack hits the marble beside me with a soft slap. Ordinary, harmless, until I glance down and see it. My name, my full legal name in block letters, stark black ink, no logo, no return address, just wait. My pulse stumbles. Camille's still chatting about something, but it fades into static as I stare at the envelope. My fingers twitch toward it, then curl back against the edge of the counter like they're bracing for impact. Suddenly, nothing in this kitchen feels safe. I wipe my hands on a towel that's already halfway ruined with melted butter and ganache, then pick up the envelope like it might bite. My fingers don't want to work. The corner tears unevenly, catching on the seal. I mutter something under my breath, mostly to myself, and pull harder. Inside is a single sheet of paper. No ceremony, no fluff, just cold, efficient ink. My eyes skim, and then they freeze. Final review interview. Confirmed for Tuesday, 9 a.m. Tuesday, not next month, not tentatively scheduled, not subject to change, next week. The date at the top hits harder than the content. Nearly 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. The letter flutters slightly in my grip, like even it knows it's too late to pretend this isn't what it looks like. My first thought isn't panic, it's betrayal, because Lucien had to have known. There's no way this slipped through the cracks, not with the way he runs his world, tight, calculated 3 steps ahead at all times. He knew, he didn't tell me. I blink, once, twice. The words blur, not from tears, but from the pressure building behind them. My fingers clamp down on the letter, creasing the edge. The mixer is still whirring behind me, spinning air and egg whites like nothing's wrong. The chocolate in the oven is just starting to bloom. It smells like comfort, like home. I don't feel any of it. My chest is tight, locked up like I'm bracing for impact that already came and went. I think of last night, the way he touched me, the way he kissed me like I was some kind of truth he didn't know how to say out loud. And now all I can think is, what else is he protecting me from? What else has he decided I don't need to know? I walk to the sink, the letter still clenched in my hand. The stainless steel faucet swims in and out of focus. Outside, Paris looks the same. Gray sky, stone buildings, people moving past the window with umbrellas and baguettes and tiny dogs. But I can't feel the bakery under my feet, not the way I usually do. I bite the inside of my cheek hard, so hard I taste metal. I don't know if I'm trying to keep from crying or from screaming. Camille pauses mid-shelf, a stack of takeaway boxes in her arms. I don't look at her, but I can feel her watching me, quiet, alert in that uncanny way she gets when something's off. "You okay?" she asks, not casual, not nosy, just careful. I nod once, still staring out the window like the sky might give me an answer I can live with. "Yeah," I say, my voice lower than it should be. Just got reminded this whole thing has an expiration date. There's a pause. I hear the shift of cardboard sliding back into place. Camille doesn't say anything else. Doesn't press. She knows better than to dig when I use that tone. Instead, She starts organizing the shelf beside the pastry fridge, silent, methodical, giving me space like only someone who really knows you can. I should thank her, but I can't move. My hands are clenched at my sides now, nails biting into the heels of my palms. The envelope sits on the counter beside me, its seams curling slightly where I tore it open. It feels too heavy for a single piece of paper. It's not just ink and information, it's a lie. One he didn't tell with words, one he told with silence. And somehow that feels worse. I pick up the letter again, not because I need to read it. I already know what it says. The words are burned behind my eyelids like a bad dream I can't shake. But still, I smooth it out on the counter, flattening it with trembling fingers like that'll take the sting out. My eyes lock on the postmark. 3 weeks ago, I stare at that number like it might shift, like it might offer me a loophole. But it doesn't change. 3 weeks. That's how long he's known, how long he's been deciding for me what I'm ready to handle, how long he's looked me in the eye, kissed me, touched me, while holding back the one truth that changes everything. I let out a breath that shudders all the way to my toes. The kind of breath you only take when something inside you has cracked, quiet and clean, right down the middle. I don't cry. I just whisper it into the stillness of the kitchen, low and final, like I'm confirming something I already knew but needed to say aloud. You knew. It doesn't come out sharp. It's not angry. It's just broken. Because some silences don't feel like mercy. They feel like betrayal dressed in velvet.
Chapter 30. Lucien. The bell over the bakery door gives its usual tired jingle, sound I've come to associate with steam and sugar, and her voice calling from the kitchen. But this time, no voice comes. No laughter. No music humming through the speakers she swears are cursed but refuses to replace. Just silence. Thick, unnatural. The kind that settles after something breaks. Petit Soleil smells like orange peel and burnt sugar. The counter's wiped clean. A tray of financiers sits untouched by the window, steam rising in soft curls, like something exhaled. My chest tightens as I step inside. I don't call her name. I don't need to. I hear it. The rustle of paper, the scrape of a stool leg against tile. She's in the kitchen, and somehow I already know what she's holding. I move toward the sound like a man walking into the center of a burning house, already knowing he can't save it. She's near the prep counter, half turned toward the light spilling through the small kitchen window. Her hair's pulled up in a rush, loose curls escaping. Her apron hangs around her waist, untied, slouched like she forgot she was wearing it. But her hands, they're trembling, and in them is the envelope, the one I never meant for her to see. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I stop cold in the doorway. My breath locks in my chest, her fingers clench slightly, crinkling the edges of the letter. She hasn't looked up, not once. She doesn't need to. The silence between us does all the talking. She knows. And I'm not sure I've ever felt smaller than I do in that moment, watching the woman I love stare down at the lie I wrapped in quiet and called protection. Because she's not yelling. She's not crying. She's just still. And that stillness terrifies me more than anything I've ever faced. You promised it wasn't pretend anymore? Her voice isn't loud. It isn't sharp or cracked or thrown like a blade. It's still. So quiet it might not register as anything at all if it didn't feel like someone slid a scalpel beneath my ribs and cut. I freeze, because it's not just what she said, it's how she said it. Like someone laying down a weapon they no longer believe in. Like someone giving up. Not because they want to, but because holding on is costing more than they can afford. I take a step forward without thinking, hands half raised, palms open. As if I can explain. As if I could ever explain. As if the right words exist. And I've just been too afraid to say them. Seline. She doesn't flinch. Doesn't meet my eyes. Just walks to the counter with steady, deliberate movements and places the letter down. Not tossed, not dropped. Set. Like it's something sacred. And she's just realized she was wrong to believe in it. And then she turns. Walks right past me. No suitcase, no slammed doors, no tears. Just done. I'm not sure how to follow someone who's already gone. My mouth opens. Nothing comes out. My hand twitches, starts to rise, and falls useless at my side. Because I know what stopping her would mean. I'd have to say the name that's been rotting in my throat since that photo arrived. I'd have to tell her I shut down the investigation. That I pulled the plug because I couldn't stomach the risk. That the real threat was never outside the apartment walls. It was me. My silence. My fear. My cowardice. Because I didn't lie to protect her from danger. I lied to protect myself from losing her. And now I've lost her anyway. So I stand there, a man carved from stillness and guilt. A statue in my own ruin. And I let her go. The bell above the door gives one last chime as it closes behind her. Smaller this time, like it knows it shouldn't make a sound. And then, silence. The kind that doesn't settle. The kind that rings. I look around the bakery and try to find her in it. The kitchen still smells like peanut butter and vanilla extract. There's a smudge of flour on the counter, half a ribbon of parchment still curling up from a cooling tray. Her apron is draped over the stool like she might come back and slip it on again. But she won't. And even though the room is still warm, I feel cold, cut open, unmoored. The silence she left behind is louder than any goodbye. It presses into me from all sides. It says you waited too long. It says you chose the lie. And worst of all, it says she's gone because you made her go. I walk over to the counter, pick up the letter, not because I need to read it. I already know what it says. I already knew before she did. But it's the only thing of her left in the room. Her name, her address, my silence, postmarked 3 weeks ago. I press my thumb to the corner of the page and stare at the ink like it might dissolve if I want it bad enough. Just for 1 second, I imagine setting it on fire, watching it curl into ash, pretending none of it ever happened. But I don't. Instead, I sink onto the nearest stool, knees wide, elbows on them, head in my hands. The letter's still on the counter, staring at me. The ghost of her still in the air, laughing in my memory. And I sit there with nothing but the truth. She's gone. And this time, I don't think she's coming back.
Chapter 31. Selene. The train ride blurs past like a memory I'm trying not to keep. Fields and villages flash by, all golden and green and impossibly calm. I rest my forehead against the window and try not to think about the fact that I didn't tell Lucien where I was going, or that he hasn't asked. Camille's cottage sits at the edge of a lavender field, stone and weathered and perfect, in the kind of way that makes my throat tighten. Ivy drapes over the roof like it's always been there. The shutters lean just slightly inward, and one of the chairs on the front porch has a cushion that's lost half its stuffing. It shouldn't feel like safety, but it does. She doesn't ask questions when I arrive, just hugs me, long and wordless. Then hands me a key, a glass of wine, and a folded blanket that smells like lemon balm and laundry detergent. I say thank you without meeting her eyes. The first few hours pass in a kind of soft fog. I curl into the sofa with the blanket tucked around my legs and stare at the cracked teacup on the mantel, the one with the gold rim worn down from years of use. I keep waiting for the ache in my chest to dull, to shift into something manageable. It doesn't. The quiet here has a texture. It stretches between the ticking of the clock and the rustle of wind through the lavender. It presses against me in the kitchen, brushing my shoulders, curling around my ankles like smoke. And still, he's everywhere. In the sunlight that spills through the curtain and lands on the tiles the same way it did in his kitchen. In the hiss of the kettle, the one he used to feel before I even asked. In the curve of my hand when I wrap it around the mug Camille left for me this morning, wide and blue and chipped at the lip, and I remember how Lucien used to lift his mug with both hands when he was thinking hard. I sip, I swallow, then I grip the counter because something inside me tilts, just slightly, but enough. I tell myself to stop, to get mad, to scream into the pillow and throw something breakable, but the grief doesn't want to be loud. It simmers, and somehow, that's worse than anything that came before. I find the notebook tucked between two cookbooks on the shelf, where Camille probably put it on purpose. The cover is soft leather, scuffed at the corners, pages lined and unassuming. I take it to the little table by the kitchen window and sit with a pen clutched too tight between my fingers. For a long time, I don't write anything. I just stare at the page like it owes me something. Then, without warning, the words come. The first letter starts with 3 words I hadn't planned on. I trusted you. My hand moves faster than I can think, scrawling everything I didn't say the night I walked out. Not the dramatic stuff, not the rage, just the pieces, the moments. The look in his eyes when I asked him to tell me the truth, and he kissed me instead. I stop halfway down the page, turn to a fresh one. This one is for me. I'm still here. It feels strange to write, like a confession, like a dare, but I let the pen move, even when my hand shakes. I write about the bakery, about the first time I made something people loved. I write about being afraid, about being strong anyway. I write until the sun shifts and the kitchen goes quiet again. I don't rip the pages out. I don't fold them. I just close the notebook and place it gently on the table. They don't need to be sent. They just need to exist. Late afternoon slides in quiet and gold. I'm on the porch with my legs tucked under me, sweater sleeves pulled past my knuckles, when Camille steps outside with a teapot and 2 chipped mugs. She doesn't speak right away, just settles beside me on the top step, like we've been doing this for years. You look like someone who's trying not to break, she says finally, pouring without asking. I huff a laugh, dry and cracked. Too late. She hands me a cup. The steam curls between us. Camille doesn't do pep talks. She doesn't rush to fill silences with easy words. That's why I came here. Love doesn't fix everything, she says after a long moment, her voice soft but steady. But sometimes, it's the only reason to try. I blink hard, not because I didn't know that, because I did. And I think deep down, Lucien does too. I nod, just once, and sip my tea before the tears can come. I leave the porch once the stars come out. The field behind the cottage is soaked in moonlight, the grass damp and cold beneath my bare feet. I walk slowly, arms wrapped around myself, like maybe the night air can carry the weight I'm too tired to name. I think about Minnesota, about the airport, about the red-eye flight I could catch tomorrow if I packed now and didn't look back. I picture my old neighborhood, my old apartment, the coffee shop with the barista who always spelled my name wrong. I could start over, build something quieter, smaller, safer. And I almost believe it would be enough. But then I close my eyes, and all I see is him. Lucien in the bakery doorway, grinning like he can't help it. Lucien sliding a cardamom croissant across the counter like it's a love note. Lucien with his sleeves rolled, bouquet in hand, smiling like maybe he's found something he didn't know he wanted. Just for me. The image guts me. Because even after everything, I still want it, not the fantasy. Him. I slip back inside just past midnight. The cottage quiet and warm from the wood stove Camille lit earlier. In the bedroom, I don't bother with the light. I crawl under the blanket and lie still, eyes open, listening to the wind in the trees outside the cracked window. There's no grand decision, no cinematic turning point, just breath, just ache, just truth. I whisper it into the dark, softer than a secret. I'm not ready to stop loving you. It isn't permission. It isn't surrender. It's just real. And right now, that's all I've got.
Chapter 32. Lucien. The desk in front of me isn't messy. It's surgical, staged, a battlefield dressed in spreadsheets, grainy photos, and silence. I lean back in the leather chair, sleeves shoved to my elbows, muscles locked tight across my arms. My laptop throws a blue cast across the room, flickering like a weak pulse. I haven't slept. I don't plan to. The rain outside taps the windows like a metronome counting down to something I'm not ready for. Paris is soaked in moonlight and menace, and I can't stop looking at the mug by the window. Hers. Still there. Still waiting. The cardigan she left is still on the back of the chair. The air still smells faintly like her perfume and orange peel. The only thing missing is the sound of her breath, and it's the only thing I can't seem to live without. I open the file I promised myself I'd bury. Surveillance logs, camera stills. The photo of her with that red question mark has burned a hole through me. I see it even when I blink. I don't let myself think. I just move. I dial the number. Clément answers on the third ring. "Didn't expect to hear from you," he says, voice low. "He's still out there," I say. "I need eyes on him. Tonight." Clément shows up just past 1. He's soaked to the bone, water dripping from his coat, eyes bloodshot but alert. He doesn't waste time. Just pulls out a worn folder and lays 3 photographs across the desk like he's delivering a verdict. I don't sit. I can't. My whole body is wound so tight I feel like I might shatter if I stop moving. I flip through the first image. Nothing. Second. Blurry, background movement. The third one stills everything in me. The cigarette, the sunglasses, the posture, too familiar. Too deliberate. "That's Marcel." My voice cracks against the edges of the name. Clément doesn't even blink. "He resurfaced 3 weeks ago. Low profile. Your neighborhood, your building. He hit a flagged channel last Friday. He's not hiding." I stare at the photo like it might change. Like it might erase itself if I just keep looking. But it doesn't. It stays there, smug and undeniable. Marcel, the man who built my father's empire out of threats and dirty money, then vanished the moment it all crumbled. "He's not back," I mutter. "He never left." After Clément leaves, I don't move for a long time. The files are still spread across the desk like open wounds, but I can't look at them anymore. I push back from the chair, walk to the window like the view might offer absolution. It doesn't. My reflection stares back at me in the dark glass, framed by rain and neon. For a second, it isn't my face at all. It's his, my father. Same sharp lines, same tired eyes, same jaw set tight around things that should have been said long ago. I blink, but the shape of him doesn't go away. Hollow, desperate, grasping for control just as it slips through his fingers. He lost everything chasing something he couldn't hold. And now, I see it, clearer than ever. I'm standing in the same place, making the same mistakes, pretending I'm different, better, colder, but I'm not. Not when it comes to her. I swore I wouldn't become him, but tonight, I can't tell where he ends and I begin. I close my eyes and I'm 16 again, standing in the marble corridor outside the boardroom where everything fell apart. My mother's voice is a scalpel on the other side of the door, slicing through my father's legacy with terrifying precision. "She's his ruin," she spits into the phone. "And if he doesn't end it, I will." The door is cracked just wide enough for me to see her expression. Glacial, poised, victorious. "Love," she says coldly, "is a liability." That's the moment everything shifted. The day I stopped believing in softness. The day I started building walls so high even I couldn't see over them. I told myself it was about strength, about preservation. But sitting here now with Seline gone and my hands empty, I can feel the truth settling over me like dust. There weren't walls, they were tombs, I buried every good thing before it had a chance to live. I open my phone, type her name, just her name, and stare at it like it might save me. The message comes in pieces. One line, then another. I delete it. Try again. I write, I didn't lie to hurt you. Backspace. I thought silence was safer. Gone. You're the only thing that's ever mattered. Too much. Not enough. Everything feels wrong. I scrub a hand down my face, fingers pressing hard against my temple like I can force the words into place. I didn't lie because I didn't care. I mutter to no one. I lied because I did. I stare at the screen until the message blurs. Then I hit delete. The thread goes blank. Just like the space where she used to be. I don't know what pulls my eyes back to the desk. Maybe instinct. Maybe punishment. The last photo Clement left sits near the edge, edges curling with damp. I reach for it, study it. A grainy timestamp, a street lamp angle I know too well. The shadowed silhouette of a man standing across from Petit Soleil the morning the envelope appeared. The rage that rolls through me is slow, thick, volcanic. I should have stopped him, I whisper. My voice barely rises above the storm outside. I should have ended it the second he resurfaced. I slam the file shut, the sound echoing through the room like a warning shot. No more silence, no more ghosts. She trusted me with her heart, and I armored it with lies. This time, I'm not going to protect Seline with distance. I'm going to protect her with war.
Chapter 33. Seline. I find it folded neatly beneath the bakery door, slipped under sometime between the last rain and this gray sliver of morning. No envelope, no signature, just my name on the front and a meeting time, scrawled in sharp, efficient handwriting that makes my stomach pitch before I even unfold the page. Clement. I almost toss it in the trash. I almost pretend I didn't see it, but the paper's warm from where it sat over the heating vent, and something about it feels intentional. Heavy, even though it barely weighs anything. I tell myself I won't go, and then, without thinking, I'm pulling on my coat and locking the door behind me. The cafe is almost empty, tucked on the quiet side of Rue des Martyrs, the kind of place that smells like almonds and nostalgia. Jazz trickles from an old speaker near the register, low and scratchy like a record left too long in the sun. Clement's already there, seated at a corner table with his coat still damp from the rain. He doesn't smile, doesn't nod, just looks at me and gestures to the empty seat across from him, like he's inviting me to a chess match I didn't agree to play. I hesitate just long enough to make it awkward. Then I sit. I don't order anything. I'm not here for coffee. I'm here for whatever truth he's about to hand me, and I already know I'm not ready for it. Clement doesn't draw it out. He lays the facts down one by one, like cards in a losing hand, surveillance reports, intercepted messages, photographs I was never meant to see, the return of someone named Marcel, someone Lucien apparently knew, trusted once, and then the part that slices me open. He shut down the investigation, Clement says quietly, because the closer we got, the more obvious it became. This wasn't just someone watching. It was someone circling, someone who knows how to apply pressure. And he thought if you didn't know, maybe you wouldn't become the target. My throat locks. I stare at him, at the dark rings under his eyes, the precise way he folds his hands on the table, like he's holding something brittle. He wasn't trying to deceive you, he adds. He was trying to keep you from being hunted. I don't speak. I just grip the edge of the table, hard enough to feel my pulse in my knuckles. Clement leans forward slightly, the steam from his coffee curling between us like a fog. I've known Lucien a long time, he says. He doesn't let people in. He builds walls out of guilt and calls it protection. I blink fast. The air in the cafe feels thinner now, the ache in my chest sharper. "So why are you telling me this?" My voice comes out steadier than I feel, tight, controlled. His mouth twitches, almost a smile, but not quite. "Because for once, I think he's in love." He lifts his coffee, takes a slow sip, then finishes the sentence like it cost him something. "And it's killing him to be the reason you walked away." Clement stands and leaves without ceremony. No dramatic goodbye, no warning. Just a soft scrape of his chair and the click of the cafe door behind him. But I don't move. I sit there, staring into the cup he barely touched, the swirl of espresso clinging to the rim like something unfinished. My chest feels like it's caved in and still somehow too full. The words keep circling back over and over. He wasn't trying to deceive you. He was trying to keep you from being hunted. I replay every moment, every silence Lucien never explained, every time he pulled me close but said nothing. Every time he whispered, "I've got you," like it was a promise and a prayer rolled into one. It wasn't a lie. It was a plea. And I missed it. I missed all of it. Worse, I believed the worst of him, because it was easier than believing I might actually be loved. I walk home slowly, the city sharp and loud and too bright around me. Every siren sounds closer than it should. Every breeze feels like it's trying to tell me something I'm not ready to hear. By the time I reach the bakery, my hands are cold. I stand at the door staring at the brass handle like it might answer something. "What if I was wrong?" I whisper. The wind stirs my hair, carries the words away. I pull out my phone, heart pounding, thumb hovering over the keyboard longer than it should. Then I type one line, "We need to talk," and I hit send.
Chapter 34. Lucien. I stand outside her door, drenched to the bone, my pulse louder than the rain. I know I'm too late. I can feel it in the air, like a tide has already gone out and left nothing but broken shells behind. I picture her inside, packing piece by piece, folding me out of her life with every sweater and worn-out pair of jeans. Her text is still on my phone. "We need to talk." I didn't answer, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know if I deserved to. I still don't. I knocked twice. Soft, hesitant, like it might split me open. She opens the door in silence, hair pinned up messily, a smudge of flour still on her sleeve. Her eyes hit mine, and I feel it. How much I've hurt her. How much of her softness I've bruised. She doesn't speak. She doesn't smile, but she steps aside, that's all. I walk in slowly, heart pounding, clothes dripping. The suitcase on the bed is half zipped. Her passport sits next to it. The immigration letter stares up at me like a knife I left out in the open. She closes the door behind me. I don't have a speech prepared. We stand there like strangers, like we forgot what it's like to touch without flinching. The rain taps at the windows in a soft, relentless rhythm, and I don't know where to start. I don't know if I get to. "I should have told you the second I knew," I say, my voice raw. It scrapes coming out. "But I didn't trust myself not to scare you off." She doesn't look surprised, just sad. "You didn't trust me," she says. No venom, no edge, just the kind of hurt that hollows you out. I take a breath that doesn't land. I trusted you too much. That's what terrified me. She turns away like she needs distance to breathe. I don't follow, not yet. I close the space between us, slow, careful, like approaching something sacred I already broke. I stop just short of touching her. "I've spent my whole life trying not to become my father," I say. "And then I met you. And I realized I would burn everything down to keep you safe." Her eyes flash when they meet mine, sharpened by anger, blurred by ache. "You should have let me choose," she says quietly. "You should have given me the truth and let me stay." The words hit like glass under the skin. I nod, once, slow. "I know." And I do. God, I do. And the worst part? I'd do it all again. I lift my hand, slow, careful, uncertain, and stop just short of her cheek. I don't touch her. I want to. God, I want to. But she's earned more than reflexes and apologies. I'm still not good at this, I say, voice breaking on the edges. But I love you. Her breath catches, that soft, fractured sound that undoes me more than shouting ever could. The space between us contracts, taut, thrumming. She doesn't step back, doesn't step forward. We just stand there, breathing the same air, one heartbeat away from shattering everything we thought we'd survived. And then, she moves. Her hand finds mine, slow and sure, her fingers threading through my own like it's the most natural thing in the world. She looks up at me, eyes glassy but unflinching, a quiet storm I would drown in willingly. "Show me," she says. That's it. No more pretending. No more distance. No more lines. The last wall drops, and I fall. Chapter 35. Lucien. Seline pulls me inside, her hands gripping my shirt like she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. The door slams shut behind us, and then her lips are on mine, urgent and desperate, like she's been holding her breath for weeks. I kiss her back with everything I've got, my hands tangling in her hair, her body pressed so close I can feel her heartbeat against my chest. It's messy and raw, and I don't care. I've missed this. I've missed her. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com, and with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Chapter 36. Lucien. The phone buzzes on the nightstand. Then again. I blink into the dark, groggy but wired. Selene's beside me, curled up under the sheet, one hand tucked near her mouth, breathing soft and even. I grab the phone before it buzzes again and slip out of bed. Clément? I step onto the balcony, the city spread below like a secret trying not to be heard. Marcel moved, he says when I answer. The words slide under my skin like a blade. Where? Near Petite Soleil. But this time, he wasn't alone. I grip the rail, knuckles white. Who? We're still pulling footage, but Lucien, he's not watching anymore. He's closing in. I hang up. No emotion. No hesitation. Just the sound of my pulse beginning to roar. Back inside, the air smells like caramel and cinnamon. Seline is humming off-key in the kitchen, barefoot, apron sliding off one shoulder. She flips something golden in the pan and tosses me a smile over her shoulder like nothing in the world is wrong. Hey, she says, you want coffee with this miracle? Or do you want to pretend you weren't up to something 5 seconds ago? I don't answer right away. Because for a heartbeat, I want to stay here, in this kitchen, with her. Pretend the shadows haven't crept back in. Pretend I didn't just hear the name that ruined everything once already. But that moment, it's not mine to keep, I tell her before breakfast. No delay, no softening, no carefully phrased shields masquerading as strategy. Seline sets the spatula down without turning around. Lucien? I exhale once. He was seen again, near Petite Soleil. She turns slowly, her arms fold across her chest, but it's not a defensive gesture. It's armor. Marcel. I nod. Clément confirmed it. Not just him this time. Someone with him. We don't know who. The color drains a shade from her cheeks, but she holds my gaze. So what does he want? I pause. Me, or the memory of my father? The empire we buried? Seline doesn't blink. Doesn't step back. He's not watching anymore, is he? No. She nods once, jaw clenched. Then let's give him something to see. By noon, The living room looks like the prelude to a heist. My laptop is open. Clement's face lit in pixelated staccato across an encrypted feed. Selene moves between screens and schematics like she was born for this. We map every point of access to the bakery, adjust delivery windows, flag security camera blind spots. Selene reads names off Clement's updated watch list and cross-checks them against a sheet I printed from the original investigation. She finds 2 mismatches I missed. "He's circling closer than you think," she murmurs. Clement glances up from his screen. She's right. I don't say anything at first, just watch her. God, she's luminous, not just brilliant, but brave, steady, unyielding, and all I can think is, I never wanted her in this. But now that she's standing beside me, there's no one else I'd rather go to war with. No one else I'd burn the world for. Camille's voice crackles through the intercom at the front of Petite Soleil just after 4. "You need to come to the back door, now." Seline and I arrive less than 2 minutes later. She through the alley, me from the front, already on edge from the way Camille said nothing else. Just now. There's a box on the doorstep. White. Plain. No label. No receipt. Camille backs up as we approach, arms folded, expression pinched. "It wasn't here an hour ago." Selene opens it with gloved hands. Slowly. Carefully. Inside, 1 macaron. Lavender-hued. Charred black around the edges, cracked down the center like a fault line. Her signature shade, twisted into a warning, and nestled beside it, like punctuation, a single matchstick. Unused, untouched. But the message is loud enough to shake bone. My jaw locks. I take the box from her hands, set it gently aside. This isn't a game anymore, and it's not just intimidation, it's intent. We stand just outside the back entrance, the late afternoon sun cutting low through the buildings like a blade. Selene's shoulder is pressed against mine. Her arms are wrapped tightly across her chest. But she's not trying to hold herself together. She's containing something. Rage. "They want us scared," she says, voice low and shaking. I nod once. "They want us to run." Selene looks up at me, eyes bright, jaw set. I'm not running. Neither am I. My hand finds hers, lacing through her fingers like armor, like declaration. The heat in her palm is real. Alive. Steady. They don't know who they're dealing with, I say. She doesn't smile. She doesn't have to, because I'm not fighting alone. And that makes us the threat.
Chapter 37. Seline. I'm the last one here again. The hum of the cooler in the back keeps tempo with the soft music crackling from the corner speaker. It's peaceful in that sleepy, end-of-shift kind of way. The scent of blueberry and chocolate still clings to the air. My towel swipes in wide circles across the counter, and I let myself hum along, just low enough not to feel silly. Then I see it. Folded, scorched around the edges, barely tucked beneath the register drawer like an afterthought. A photo. Me and Lucien on the front step, mid-laugh, blurry from motion but unmistakable. Burned. The edges blackened. My smile half disintegrated by flame. My throat goes dry, and that's when I hear it. A creak from the hallway behind the kitchen. Long, deliberate, slow. My spine stiffens. I set the cloth down, quietly. Every hair on my arm stands on end. I'm not alone. I take one slow, measured step backward, heel brushing the edge of the cooler. My pulse is pounding, fast and high, roaring in my ears louder than the soft creak of another floorboard from the hallway. Seline. His voice is low, steady, and right behind me. Lucien. I don't turn. Just close my eyes for half a second and exhale, letting some of the terror drain through my knees. He steps into view a moment later, calm as winter, sleeves rolled, a darkness in his gaze I've only seen once before, when I walked out of the bakery and didn't look back. "He's here," I whisper. Lucien nods once. "I know." That's all. No panic, no scrambling, just certainty. And that's when I understand. This wasn't chance. It was bait. Lucien came early. He knew Marcel or one of his men would return. He waited, not to confront, but to corner. We're not prey tonight. We're the net. The footsteps stop. For one breathless second, the world stills. Then Lucien steps out of the storage room like a shadow made real. Jacket rolled to his elbows, face carved from steel. "You picked the wrong kitchen," he says. His voice is low, controlled, deadly in the way a blade is when it's already at your throat. "Come out and face us, you bastard," Lucien says, his voice low, threatening. Marcel appears in the kitchen doorway, his dark eyes glittering as he surveys us. Lucien's eyes flick to me, just once. I move without thinking, cross to the front of the bakery, slam my palm against the lock panel. There's a sharp click. The bolt slides home. We're sealed in, just the three of us. At last, I'm not afraid. Lucien doesn't raise his voice, doesn't threaten. He just circles slowly like he's been rehearsing this moment in his head for years. "You still doing his bidding?" Lucien asks, tone cold enough to frost glass. "Or are you just trying to claw back relevance one thread at a time?" Marcel snarls. "Don't act like you're better than him. Your father burned down everything. I lost everything. He built an empire on other men's ruin." My hands are steady as I slide my phone from my pocket and hit record. I angle it just right, heart pounding. Marcel keeps talking. "I was promised a cut. I earned it. That bakery, your name, it all should have burned with him." Lucien doesn't move. He doesn't blink. He just lets the silence build around Marcel like a noose, and I hold the phone like it's a match. Because this is everything we need. Marcel starts to move, some twitch of desperation, like he finally realizes how cornered he is. But then I hear it. Sirens. Close. He freezes. Within seconds, the back door flies open. Clement steps inside, flanked by two men in plain clothes and rain-slick jackets. They move with purpose, with quiet authority, like this is just another Wednesday takedown. "Marcel Leclerc," Clement said, voice dry. "I believe you've just confessed to conspiracy, intimidation, breaking and entering, and a dozen other charges I don't feel like listing." Marcel lunges, not at me, not at Lucien, but toward the back exit like instinct might save him. It doesn't. The agents move fast. He's on the ground before I can blink, cuffed, panting, cursing in low, ugly French. Lucien doesn't gloat, doesn't speak. He just turns his back on the man who tried to ruin us and walks away like he's finally finished a war. I lean against the counter, chest tight, hands trembling. The oven ticks behind me, quiet now, still warm. Lucien walks over slowly, eyes on mine. He lifts a hand, soft, steady, and brushes my cheek with his knuckles like I might vanish if he blinks. "You were brilliant," he says, voice barely a whisper. I smile, just barely. "So were you," but I'm not looking at him anymore. I'm looking at the oven, at the bakery that almost became a battlefield. And I realize something that makes my breath catch. We're still standing. And the shadows? They don't live here anymore. "Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into."
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 38. Lucien. The first thing I feel is warmth, not dread, not that low-grade panic that hums behind my ribs every time I open my eyes. Just warmth. Selene's shoulder is bare against the sheets, the morning sun slipping across her skin like it has nowhere else to be. Her hair is a mess, honey dark and tangled on the pillow, and I swear there's flour on her wrist even now. I watch the curve of her back rise and fall, slow and steady, like the world finally exhaled and left us in the quiet. I don't move, don't breathe too loud. Like if I blink, she'll be gone again. My hand finds hers under the blanket. Her fingers twitch, but don't pull away. She's still here. The words leave my mouth before I can stop them. You're still here! Not a question. Not this time. It's reverence, awe, and maybe something like relief. The scent of butter hits me first, then cardamom, then citrus and espresso and something vaguely floral that must be Camille's fault. We open the doors just after dawn. Selene's behind the counter, lining up trays like nothing's happened, like her world hasn't been held at knife point and come out the other side. Camille sniffles into a linen napkin when the first customer walks in and kisses Selene's cheek like she's royalty. Henri brings a crumpled bouquet of market flowers and tells her the croissants better still taste like sin. They laugh. God, they laugh. And I just stand there behind the counter, flipping the sign to Uvert, watching her glide through it all like she belongs to this light, like she's made of it. She beams at a toddler licking powdered sugar off his fingers and doesn't even notice how people look at her now. Not with pity, not with concern, but with respect, with awe. She survived. We did. I let myself believe the danger might actually be behind us, that maybe, just maybe, we're free. I find her near the front window, bathed in golden light. She's rearranging a display of macarons like it matters, like the spacing between pistachio and raspberry has anything to do with gravity. I don't say anything at first. Just stand beside her, the fingers itching. Then I reach down and slip my hand into hers. She startles, just barely, then doesn't let go. Thank you, I murmur, eyes fixed on the glass, for not giving up on me, even when I gave you every reason to. Her hand tightens in mine. The barest tremor. You don't get to push me away again. I turn to look at her then, because that's a line I need to meet face first. I won't. No promises, no big speech, just those 2 words, and I mean them with everything I've got left. By late afternoon, the shop's quiet again. The bell over the door has stopped ringing, the espresso machine is winding down, and the pastry case is down to its final few survivors. Selene hands me a rag without a word. I sweep. She wipes. I refill the sugar canisters while she hums off key to something upbeat on the radio. It's nothing, and it's everything dot. She smears ganache on my cheek when I'm not looking, just a dot, and tilts her head like she's waiting for me to scowl. I don't. I laugh. Not the clipped, polished sound I give donors or press, a real one, from deep in my chest. And Selene, God, Selene lights up like someone just handed her the moon. In that moment, with cocoa on my jaw and croissant crumbs under my shoes, I realize I don't miss who I was before her, not even a little. She calls me over after we lock up, crouched near the back oven with the dusty panel pulled loose. Look. Tucked behind the metal frame, yellowed with time and folded twice down the middle, is a recipe card. Faded ink, sharp French cursive, dated the day Petit Soleil first opened. The ingredients are simple: lemon, sugar, flour, and at the bottom, in looping script, for days when joy needs help arriving. Selene brushes the corner gently with her thumb. Legacy, she says, built, not inherited. I stare at her, then at the card, and for a breathless second I think of my father, of everything he lost chasing power, chasing image. Then I think of her, flower smudged, steel spined, heart wide open. I tuck the card back into its hiding place. Then let's build something, I say. Her smile is quiet, but it lands like a vow. Later that night I curl around her in bed, her skin warm against mine, her breath slow and steady where it ghosts across my collarbone. The city moves quietly outside the window. Somewhere down the street, someone laughs. There's a clatter of bicycles, the echo of heels on pavement, the familiar scent of sugar drifting up from below. But in here, there are no ghosts, no masks, no walls, just her. I press a kiss to her temple and whisper, I never thought I'd feel this way in my own skin. She shifts just enough to smile against my chest. No, we did. And God help me, she's right. We did.
Chapter 39. Seline. The bakery smells like almond paste and sugar, warm and buttery and exactly how home should feel. I'm tying the last ribbon around a pastry box, lavender satin, looped just right, when Camille nudges my elbow and says, a little too brightly, "You should take a break." I blink. It's the morning rush. Henri coughs from the corner, fidgeting with his espresso like it's misbehaving. There's a strange energy floating above the usual clatter of plates and chatter of customers, like the air's been rewound and tightened. Something in the room is waiting. Camille gives me a look. Just go. Trust me. I wipe my hands on my apron and push through the curtain to the front room, and then I freeze. Everyone is here. Every regular. Every neighbor. Mrs. DuPont with her scarf tied in a bow. The mailman who always asks for extra ganache. Even the cranky teenager who buys one eclair and never makes eye contact. They're all here, smiling, expectant. And in the middle of the room, Lucien, standing like he belongs in this space, like it's his too. He steps toward me slowly, like the moment might shatter if we breathe too hard. In one hand, a small velvet box. In the other, something folded and yellowed at the edges. My heart leaps into my throat and refuses to come back down. Lucien doesn't clear his throat, doesn't stumble over words. His voice is soft, steady, measured in the way he always is when something matters too much. I thought I knew what legacy meant, he says. What it meant to preserve something, to inherit, to control. He lifts the folded paper, fingers trembling just enough for me to notice. But it's not about inheritance. It's what we build, what we love, who we choose to stand beside. My breath catches. The box in his hand tilts open just slightly, just enough for a glint of silver to flash in the light. And suddenly, the room around me disappears. The walls, the counter, the quiet gasps and hushed murmurs. It's just him and me, and the space between us that no longer feels impossible. Lucien steps closer and gently presses a worn piece of paper into my hands. I unfold it slowly, afraid my fingers might smudge the ink. It's my grandmother's handwriting, a recipe I haven't seen since I was a child, since afternoons in a kitchen that smelled like vanilla and lemon zest. The windows open to cicadas and sunlight. The paper is brittle at the corners, creased from being folded and unfolded 1,000 times. He watches me read it like it's a spell. Camille helped me find it, he says, voice low but steady. You told me about it once. I remembered. I can't breathe around the lump in my throat. I thought maybe, he swallows. We could start with this, something old, something yours, and then make the rest of it up as we go. My hands start to shake. My heart does something worse. It cracks open, wide and full and terrifying. Because no one's ever done something like this for me. Not ever. Lucien sinks to one knee. No drama, no theatrics. Just him, kneeling in jeans and that dark blue shirt I always steal, with a ring box in one hand and the softest expression I've ever seen on his face. The box opens. Simple, elegant, mine, but it's his words that undo me. Selene Carr, he says, will you make a life with me that tastes like burnt caramel and second chances? One where we never pretend again? My hand flies to my mouth. A sob catches somewhere behind my teeth, but it's joy, not grief. I can't remember how to breathe, only how to answer. Yes, my voice is quiet, but it's everything. Camille pops the champagne like she's been waiting her whole life to do it. Henri makes a strangled sound, somewhere between a laugh and a sob, and dabs his eyes with a napkin embroidered with tiny baguettes. Someone turns up the music. Some old, awful jazz number Lucien pretends not to like, but definitely added to our playlist. I can't stop laughing. I don't want to. The whole room smells like sugar and citrus and something like magic. Lucien wraps his arms around my waist and spins me in a slow circle right in front of the pastry case, like we've rehearsed this 100 times. You realize we're going to be disgustingly happy now, I tease, breathless. One can hope, he murmurs into the curve of my neck, lips brushing skin like a promise. I don't flinch from happiness. I lean into it. The bakery is quiet again, long past midnight, the kind of hush that hums with memory. I'm still in my apron, butter streaked up one arm, icing on the hem. My ring catches the light as I run a finger along the countertop, drawing a lazy heart in powdered sugar. Lucien climbs up beside me, balancing 2 glasses of champagne, his tie undone, sleeves rolled. He hands me one like we're sealing something sacred. We did it backwards, I say softly, bumping his shoulder with mine. Good, he replies, clinking his glass against mine, because now we'll never take a second of it for granted. I smile into my sip, because he's right. We won't.
Chapter 40. Lucien. I stand beneath the strings of light we hung just hours ago, their golden glow soft against the deepening sky. The scent of jasmine carries on the breeze, and for once the quiet in my chest isn't a void. It's something full, something earned. I press a hand to the lapel of my jacket, not to fix anything, just to feel it. The weight, the moment, the miracle of standing here, waiting for her, without a single lie between us. The courtyard behind Petit Soleil looks like a postcard. Henri added potted lavender to the steps. Camille tucked vintage lace around the folding chairs. There's flower dust on the back door and candlelight flickering from every window, and all of it feels like her, like home. She's coming. She's really coming. And this time, I don't have to pretend I deserve it. I just have to meet her there. The door swings open, and for a moment, the world forgets how to move. Seline steps out into the courtyard, backlit by the glow of the kitchen, dressed in ivory that clings like pure sunlight. She's not polished, not posed. There's flour on her wrist and a wicked little grin on her lips. And I swear to God I fall all over again, harder than before. Camille sniffles. Henri fumbles with the camera, muttering something about the aperture of love. I can't hear any of it. She walks toward me, slow, steady, barefoot. Each step a benediction, each smile a vow. I forget how to breathe. She stops in front of me, close enough that I catch the scent of orange blossom and buttercream. Her fingers slide into mine like they've always belonged there. "No fake papers this time," she murmurs, voice low and sure. I smile. just forever. And somehow that still doesn't feel like enough. But it's ours. We don't do fanfare and rehearsed vows. That was never us. Instead, we each bring out a recipe card, slightly smudged, handwritten, imperfect. Like everything that matters. Seline goes first. Her voice is steady, even as her fingers shake a little. I promise to burn the first batch sometimes, she reads, holding my gaze. But I'll always try again. The crowd laughs. Soft, affectionate. Camille wipes her eyes. Henri mutters something about marrying the bakery while you're at it. But I just stare at her, stunned by how this woman can still undo me with a single sentence. I clear my throat and read mine. I promise not to shut you out, not even when it hurts, not even when I want to. No one laughs. It lands heavy. True. Seline nods once, like she sees all the places inside me that still need rebuilding, and isn't scared of any of them. Clement raises his glass from the front row. Finally, he mutters. Someone snorts champagne. It's messy. It's perfect. It's us. Camille takes the floor with a glass of Prosecco in one hand and a tartlet in the other. She doesn't toast often, which makes every word land with precision. You two taught us something, she says, her voice catching just slightly. That second chances rise like dough in warm hands. That love can't be faked or forced, only fed. Celine's eyes go glassy. She doesn't blink. I reach under the table and take her hand, brush my lips over her knuckles. You good? I whisper. She turns to me, glowing in the candlelight, and squeezes my fingers. Never better. And in that moment, I believe her, because somehow, after everything, we made it. We don't have a band, just a dusty old record player tucked behind the pastry case, spinning something slow and jazzy from a warped vinyl Camille swears is romantic. Celine's fingers slide into mine, and we step onto the cobblestone together. No spotlight, no announcements, just string lights overhead, and powdered sugar still lingering in the air. Her dress brushes my shoes as we sway. She tilts her head back, lips near my ear. This is the sweetest thing I've ever made, she whispers. I tighten my hold on her waist, kiss the top of her hair, and murmur back, You didn't make it alone. She leans into my chest, and we keep moving. Slow, easy, timeless. This is what forever tastes like. Hours later, the courtyard is empty. The laughter's gone quiet. Lanterns flicker like the last embers of a fire we'll never forget. Selene's barefoot. I've loosened my tie. We should be asleep. But I take her hand and lead her into the kitchen. One more thing, I say. She lifts a brow. Lucien Thorne, if you made a soufflé. I open the oven. Inside is a single croissant, her grandmother's recipe. Lavender glaze, still warm. She gasps, like it hits somewhere deeper than words. I hand her the tray. She tears the pastry in half and offers me the bigger piece without thinking. To forever? She says. I meet her eyes, steady, quiet, full. To us. And under the golden kitchen lights in the place where it all began, I take the final bite.